Chapter 4388. The Emperor Xian starfield was the only large-scale remnant starfield in the vast void that spanned hundreds of trillions of miles. It faced the rising sun forbidden land on the other side of this vast void, and both belonged to the two most powerful forces in this region. The rising sun forbidden land had long been destroyed, but the news had yet to spread to the Emperor Xian starfield. Therefore, it was still very peaceful. The entire Emperor Xian starfield spanned hundreds of billions of miles. There were countless planets, but most of them were abandoned. There were more than 3,000 planets with life. There were remnants of the primordial era and ferocious beasts living on these 3,000 planets. There were more than 1,000 planets with life that belonged to the ferocious beasts. The remaining 2,000 planets were all inhabited by remnants of the primordial era. The reason why there were more than 1,000 planets inhabited by the ferocious beasts was because the primordial remnant who ruled the Xianhuang starfield also needed the resources of the ferocious beasts. Moreover, there was a high demand because the remnants of the primordial era needed to refine flesh medicine for their cultivation. The flesh of these ferocious beasts was the main ingredient for refining the flesh medicine. In other words, the ferocious beasts that lived in the 1,000 over ferocious beast stars in Emperor Xian starfield were akin to being reared by the remnants of the primordial era in Emperor Xian starfield. It was not that they did not think of escaping, but that was obviously impossible. Although there were powerful ferocious beasts at the level of Marquis, King, and even Emperor in these 1,000 planets, compared to the remnants of the primordial era who ruled this starfield, they were weaker. Their strength was not just a little bit weaker. It could be said that they could not escape at all. There were countless remnants of the primordial era in the entire Emperor Xian starfield. They were divided into tribes, and the ruling class was the Emperor Xian clan's elders, which was formed by the clan leader of each tribe. There were a total of over 200 king-ranked elders and 16 emperor-ranked elders in the Xian royal family's elder courtyard. Among them, there were 4 peak-stage emperor-ranked elders who were half-step into the Arch realm. It could be said that even when compared to the rising sun forbidden land, the Emperor Xian starfield was obviously much stronger. If that was not the case, the forbidden land could be found everywhere in this starry sky, but the remnant starfield was only a few in the vast void. The Emperor Xian starfield could not be compared at all. It could survive. Yi Xian's guess was right. Within the Xian Emperor star region, there were indeed ancient secret alchemy techniques that originated from the Great Desolate Era. Moreover, they were extremely complete inheritances. Compared to them, the secret alchemy techniques of the Mulberry Tree Star region could only be considered superficial. In the northwest corner of the Emperor Xian starfield, there was a cosmic void of about 1 billion miles in radius. It was empty, and there was not even a single star. It was like a huge black hole. However, there was no invisible suction force unique to black holes. This area was considered a forbidden zone in the Xian Emperor starfield. Any remnant experts were not allowed to enter easily, of the ancient primordial era of the starfield. Of primordial starfield of the starfield, was of primordial of the Emperor starfield. To the of pre-off of the prides, the of. To the of it. However, to the survivors of the primordial age in the Emperor Xian starfield, this mysterious black hole that was like a gigantic black hole was something they couldn't do without. Every year, there would be a large number of primordial era survivors of the immortal realm and above gathering around this area to hunt. The targets of this annual hunt were not the primordial starfield beasts. In fact, there were no primordial starfield beasts in this black hole-like area. There were not even any star fragments. It was like a world of nothingness. The target of the ancient primordial era survivors of the Emperor Xian starfield in this empty cosmic void was actually a kind of flame. It was a kind of heavenly flame that was erratic and unpredictable like a ghost. They called it the primordial void flame. The purpose of hunting this primordial void flame was to refine top-grade blood and flesh medicine. The primordial era secret alchemy method that was passed down in the Emperor Xian starfield was very complete. It was very different from what the ancient primordial era survivors of the Sangji starfield had mastered. Using this complete secret alchemy method to refine blood and flesh medicine would produce effects far beyond what the ancient primordial era survivors of the Sangji starfield could imagine. However, at the same time, this complete secret alchemy method had various requirements and restrictions. It was very harsh. Apart from the materials used to refine the blood and flesh medicine, such as the flesh of primordial beasts and various top-grade precious materials and treasures, which had to be mixed according to the secret alchemy method, the flame used to refine the blood and flesh medicine also had strict requirements. Although ordinary earth core fire and star flame could be used to refine the blood and flesh medicine, the effect would be greatly reduced. It could be said that there were more gains than losses. And this mysterious undying void flame, which was as elusive as a ghost, was the best flame to use to refine the flesh and blood medicine. The primordial void flame was also divided into grades. The worst was pitch black, while the best was completely transparent. It could not be seen with the naked eye. Only the divine sense could sense its existence. However, this kind of primordial void flame, which was completely transparent and invisible to the naked eye, was also the most difficult to capture. For countless years, the Emperor Xian Starfield had never captured a primordial void flame of this grade, even if it was just a small flame. Historically, the ancient survivors of the Emperor Xian Starfield had captured the best quality primordial void flame in this 1 billion mile wide empty void. It was a double crow primordial void flame, which had a radius of 1,000 feet. It was regarded as a supreme treasure and was divided into 4. The half-step Emperor level experts were divided among them. The double crow primordial void flame referred to the color grade of the primordial void flame. From colorless and transparent to pure pitch black, there were a total of 9 grades. Under the colorless and transparent grade, the single crow primordial void flame was the lightest grade. A little darker grade was the double crow primordial void flame, and so on. The 9 crow primordial void flame was a grade that was only slightly better than pure pitch black grade. In other words, the primordial void flame was divided into 11 grades, from single crow to 9 crow. In addition, the best quality was colorless and transparent, and the worst quality was pure pitch black grade. Right now, it was the annual hunting season for the primordial void flame. Generally speaking, the best hunting season was a month long. Because in this 1 month, the primordial void flame in this 1 billion mile wide empty void was the most active. It was easier to search for it. Chapter 4389. The undying void flame was extremely powerful. It drifted erratically, and its whereabouts were mysterious, like a ghost. No one knew why the void imperishable flame was born in the mysterious void in the Emperor Xian Starfield that spanned over 1 billion miles. In the past, there were high-level survivors who entered the interior of this void. On the one hand, they wanted to explore the mystery of the birth of the undying void flame. On the other hand, they wanted to capture the undying void flame. But over the years, all the survivors who entered the interior of this mysterious void had fallen. Among them, there was even a half-step emperor at the 9th level great perfection. The strange thing was that these undying void flames were only active in this mysterious black hole-like void, and would not rush out of the black hole. Therefore, when the survivors of the Emperor Xian Starfield wanted to capture the undying void flame, they all waited at the edge of the black hole, quietly waiting for a certain undying void flame active in the depths of the black hole to come closer. Then, they would use their magical means to instantly capture it. If one accidentally crossed the boundary during this process and entered the inner region of the mysterious black hole, then the clusters of indestructible void flames that were originally very leisurely in this mysterious black hole void, like a fish swimming in a pool, would instantly disappear. They showed a ferocious face and became extremely violent. In the blink of an eye, they would shoot over and cover the whole body. Even a half-step emperor would find it difficult to resist their power. They would be burned into nothingness in an instant, and their body and soul would be destroyed. This kind of hunting method relied heavily on luck. If one was lucky, as soon as one approached the edge of the black hole void, a cluster of undying void flame would immediately rush to a nearby area. And if one was unlucky enough, perhaps when the active period of 1 month ended every year, a cluster of undying void flame would not approach. In this case, one could only sigh and feel depressed. For a long time, the remnants of the Emperor Xian star domain had been paying close attention to this mysterious black hole void. Moreover, everything that happened during the active period of the indestructible void flame, which lasted 1 month every year, would be recorded and archived. Over time, along the entire border of this mysterious black hole void, which region had the highest frequency of undying void flame and which region had the lowest frequency had long been deduced. The tens of thousands of normal undyings could only wait in the areas with the lowest frequency of undying void flames. The 2000 official level undyings, however, were assigned to a hunting area, and it was obviously a little better. As for the region where the 200 Emperor undyings were assigned to, the frequency of undying void flame was already very high. And along the entire border of the mysterious black hole void space, the region with the highest frequency of undying void flame belonged to the 16 Emperor undyings of the Emperor Xian Emperor Forbidden Land. This borderline was extremely vast, spanning hundreds of millions of miles. Every time they captured the undying void flames, the 16 emperors of the Emperor Xian starfield would scatter around this area, guarding the borderline of the mysterious black hole, quietly waiting for something to happen. This year's hunting season had already arrived, and it had been 3 days. For an entire 3 days, the 16 emperors from the Xian Emperor starfield had indeed appeared at the border of the black hole. The small ones were only the size of a fist, while the large ones were over 300 m in area. They had all been successfully captured by them. Nothing. However, the highest quality undying flames that were captured was only the 6 crow undying flames, and this was already below average. The 16 emperors were extremely dissatisfied with this. This was because the quality of the undying void flame was directly related to the medicinal efficacy of the refined flesh medicine. They were all emperor-level undyings. Naturally, they couldn't concoct normal flesh pills. Just the materials they gathered from the beasts and the various treasures were worth a lot. If the quality of the undying void flame was too low, resulting in the quality of the next year's medicine being too low, that would be too much of a waste. In order to solve this problem, the 16 emperors of Emperor Xian starfield had gathered together and stood in the universe void outside of the mysterious black hole's boundary. The weird thing was, there were actually 17 silhouettes in the air. Other than the 16 emperors, there was one emperor. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely be shocked to see this first-level titled king. This was because this person was the former patriarch of the Second Universe's Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor who had once chased after young Master Ling Hu everywhere in the 3 great universes. In fact, Yin Emperor had entered this fragment even before Yi Xian. The first batch of great beings to enter was Yin Qi and his tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen. Yin Emperor was right behind them. They entered. After entering the vast crack in the void, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen met up. They let go of their differences and worked together as one to explore what was ahead. During this period of time, they had experienced many things. Finally, they came to this void fragment of the universe and were met by an undying emperor from Emperor Xian's starfield. He brought Yin Emperor and the others, including their starry sky battleships, to Emperor Xian. Forbidden Land. In the beginning, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen weren't treated well in the Xian Emperor starfield. Although they weren't locked up, the higher-ups of the Xian Emperor starfield didn't take them seriously. They were only curious about the space battleship they brought and the so-called 3 universes of the current era, so they needed to pass through the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen. Their clansmen just wanted to understand. However, later on, an emperor accidentally discovered the constitution of the Yin Demon clansmen. They could transform their aura to be exactly the same as the undying void flame. Even an emperor couldn't tell the difference. Since then, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen's statuses in the Xian Emperor starfield rose. This was because no matter if it was the survivors or the ferocious beasts, they couldn't enter the mysterious black hole void where the undying void flame was born. Once they entered, they would be recognized as invaders by the undying void flame and attacked in groups. However, the Yin Demon clansmen could transform their auras. Once they entered, not only would the undying void flame not attack them, but they would also treat them as their own kind. This way, as long as the great beings of the Yin Demon clan who entered the mysterious black hole void used some techniques, they would be able to lure clusters of undying void flame from the depths of the mysterious black hole void to the edge of the black hole void. Chapter 4390. Ever since they became the honored guests of the Emperor Xian Starfield, the Yin Emperor and the tens of thousands of Yin demons didn't need to do anything. They just needed to enjoy the top-grade flesh medicine provided by the Emperor Xian Starfield and cultivate on their own. Only during the month when the undying void flame was the most active would Yin Emperor and the rest of them be busier. They didn't have much time to rest. In order to make their cultivation stronger so that they could enter deeper into the mysterious black hole and obtain the higher-grade undying void flame, the Xian royal family elder was not stingy and provided the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen with flesh and blood. The great medicine was of the highest quality, and there was no limit to the supply. Hence, the cultivation level of these tens of thousands of clansmen increased so quickly. Now, they were basically all at the sector lord level and above. More than half of them were at the universe level, a quarter of them were at the undying level, and there were a few dozen marquee level undyings. The leader, Yin Emperor, had even broken through to the first level emperor level. Right now, apart from the patriarch, Yin Emperor, and Yin Qi, who was already a marquis, all the other several tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen had entered the mysterious black hole in front of them. They had changed their auras into the same as the undying void flame. They were the same. They spread out in all directions and tried their best to go deeper. They used all sorts of methods to attract the undying void flames that mistook them for their own kind and slowly approached the black hole. In the past 3 days, because of the tens of thousands of Yin demons using themselves as bait, they attracted many undying void flames to the edge of the black hole. Hence, the 16 emperors were able to reap great rewards. However, among the Yin demons who entered the black hole, the strongest were only Yin Qi and the other marquee-level undyings. They couldn't go too deep and didn't even enter the 1 billion mile area. The mysterious black hole was deep in the center. Hence, the quality of the undying void flames they lured out to the edge of the black hole wasn't as good as they expected. In the past 3 days, the best quality was the 6 crow void flames. Therefore, after gathering together, the 16 emperors of the profound Emperor Starfield looked at each other and exchanged glances. Then, all of them turned their heads and looked at Yin Emperor at the side. One after another, they spoke. "Brother Yin, it's been 3 days. Even though we've captured many undying void flames, the quality is truly a pity. Yes, you know that we are all emperors. The flesh medicine we refine is of the highest quality. The price of the materials is shocking, and it's hard to gather. If the quality of the undying void flame is poor, resulting in the quality of the flesh medicine that is refined to be barely satisfactory, not only will it be a waste of top-grade refining materials, but it will also affect the progress of the next year's cultivation. This matter can't be dragged on any longer. Yin Qi and the others are only marquee-level undyings. Brother Yin, you're an emperor, you can go deeper. The deeper we go, the better the quality. Fellow Daoist, please make your move. We will wait and see." At the end, the 16 emperors all cupped their fists towards Yin Emperor with smiles on their faces, seeming extremely polite. They were all emperors, yet they had to treat an emperor like that. They weren't too happy about it, but over the years, they had gotten used to it. They needed the higher quality undying void flames, and they couldn't personally enter the mysterious black hole. Hence, they had to rely on Yin Emperor. "Relax everyone, this is my responsibility, I naturally won't shirk." Even though Yin Emperor was clear about his value in the eyes of the 16 emperors, he also knew that there was a limit to everything. He couldn't become arrogant because of their favor, or else he would be in trouble. Hence, when he saw the 16 emperors gathered and politely asking him to personally enter the depths of the mysterious black hole and obtain the higher quality undying void flames, Yin Emperor was secretly pleased, but he didn't show it on his face. He didn't show it. Instead, he showed the same humility and politeness as he too cupped his fists and bowed. He then turned and rushed towards the black hole. At this time, one of the 16 emperors suddenly exclaimed involuntarily. He raised his hand and pointed towards the black hole. "Look, what's that? It looks like a single crow undying flame." Hearing this, the other 15 emperors and Yin Emperor were all stunned. They subconsciously turned to look in the direction that the emperor was pointing at. Their expressions changed, and cries of surprise could be heard. See! It really is the single crow undying flame. And the quantity isn't small, there's actually a 300 wide one. We're rich, we're really rich this time. One has to know, over countless years, the best quality undying void flames we've ever gotten was only at the double crow level. Even though we've seen the single crow undying flame many times in the depths of the black hole, we've never seen such a huge one. If we can get this single crow undying flame and split it amongst the 16 of us, it'll be enough for us to use for the next year. The flesh medicine we'll be able to refine will definitely be of unprecedented quality. Friend, we'll be depending on you this time. A 300 wide single crow undying flame, if we can succeed this time, we'll go back and celebrate for you. The entire Xian Emperor Starfield will have a huge feast for 3 days. As they finished, the gazes of the 16 emperors all gathered on Emperor's body. This was because even though there were many emperor-level experts present, none of them were of any use. Whether or not they could smoothly capture this enormous number of single crow undying flames still depended on whether or not Emperor could lure it from the depths of the black hole to the black hole nearby. To the edge of the black hole, ha ha ha. Everyone, don't worry. Since this Peng Shan Wu's undying flame has appeared, I will definitely lure it to the edge of the black hole in front of us. To me, this is just a small matter. Seeing how anxious the 16 emperors were, Emperor felt even more pleased. He raised his head and laughed loudly. After that, he cupped his hands once more and shot towards the mysterious black hole in front of him. When his figure approached the edge of the black hole and was about to enter, the aura in Emperor's body completely changed. In the blink of an eye, it was exactly the same as the undying void flame in the black hole in front of him. Chapter 4391. With Emperor's speed as an emperor, he quickly entered the depths of the mysterious black hole. In front of him, the single crow undying flame was about 700 to 800 million kilometers away from the edge of the mysterious black hole. It was about 100 million kilometers away. A distance of 700 to 800 million kilometers was within the effective range of attack for emperors, especially the 4 half-step emperors who were at the peak of the 9th stage. A half-step emperor could kill an enemy within 1 billion kilometers with a single punch. However, the void undying flame was very difficult to deal with. Even a half-step emperor would have less than a 10% chance of successfully capturing it from a distance of 700 to 800 million kilometers. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, even if the 4 half-step emperors attacked at the same time and worked together to capture it, they had to lure the single crow undying flame to within 100 million kilometers of the mysterious black hole. In other words, after Emperor got close to the single crow undying flame, not only did he have to attract its attention, but he also had to lure it to a distance of 700 million kilometers. This was definitely not a simple task. If it were anyone else, such as Qi, who was at the titled Marquis level, they wouldn't be able to do it. After a short while, Emperor was only 1 million kilometers away from the single crow undying flame. At this distance, even he didn't dare to advance any further. Although he had the bloodline talent of the demon clan, which allowed him to transform into any form, be it a ferocious beast, a human, or an energy life form, no matter how similar his transformation was, it was just a transformation. It wasn't the real void undying flame. If he really came into contact with the void undying flame, he would still die. 1 million kilometers was the result of Emperor's calculations. If he were to advance any further, the formless heat emitted by the single crow undying flame would give him an extremely heavy burden. On the other hand, if the single crow undying flame was too excited and suddenly rushed over to get closer to him, Emperor might not even have the chance to escape. The void undying flame had the ability to freely travel through the void. This was one of the reasons why it was said to be unpredictable. The speed of an ordinary 7 crow or 8 crow undying flame was already very terrifying, let alone a single crow undying flame. Whether it was its unpredictable ability to travel through the void or the heat it emitted, it was definitely not something that the ordinary undying void flame could compare to. Even if Emperor had the cultivation of Immortal King Realm, he still had to maintain a safe distance of 1 million miles, even if the other party was just a small canopy with a radius of 300 yards. At that moment, after reaching a distance of 1,000,000 li, Yin Emperor's figure came to an abrupt stop in the void. He didn't immediately take action, but instead carefully observed the situation to make sure that the incomparably precious single crow undying flames wasn't damaged. Only after it detected any abnormalities did it heave a sigh of relief. Then, Yin Emperor activated the Yin Demon clan's innate secret technique and deliberately released a strand of aura that didn't belong to the undying void flame in the direction of the Pengshan Crow undying flame. It was just an extremely faint strand, and it was very fast. After that, he immediately cut off the connection between himself and this strand of aura. The territorial awareness of the undying void flame was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. In this mysterious black hole, any strand of aura that didn't belong to the undying void flame would immediately be attacked. If this wisp of aura had been a little stronger, all the void imperishable flame in the surrounding area would have instantly shot over and enveloped him, incinerating him into ashes and vanishing into thin air. Previously, there was a half-step titled emperor from the Xian Emperor Starfield who recklessly entered because of his powerful cultivation. In the end, he suffered such a great calamity and had his body and soul destroyed. At that moment, the strand of aura that Yin Emperor deliberately leaked out was very weak, and it was locked in the direction of the Pengshan Crow undying flame. Therefore, the undying void flame in the surrounding areas couldn't sense it at all and wouldn't be affected. The distance was too close. However, this was something that Yin Emperor had already deliberately observed and avoided before he took action. Whoosh! Just as he had expected, after capturing this extremely weak foreign aura, the single crow imperishable flame, which was originally motionless in the void, immediately moved closer by hundreds of thousands of kilometers as if it had teleported. An incomparably scorching aura covered the sky and earth as Yin Emperor retreated in shock. He quickly retreated several 100,000 kilometers and opened up the distance between them once again. In that instant, this strand of undying void flame was lured several 100,000 kilometers closer by him. However, compared to the distance of more than 700 million kilometers, this distance was clearly nothing. However, in order to ensure safety, Yin Emperor could only lure the other party bit by bit towards the edge of the mysterious black hole, one step at a time. Moving slowly like this. It could be said that this matter not only required a high degree of concentration and couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness or sloppiness, but it was also very tiring work. From this, it could be seen that Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen didn't have it easy in the Xian Emperor Starfield. Every year, during the month when the undying void flame was the most active, all the Yin demons were as tired as dogs. Their lives were in danger at all times. This was because if there was a time when they purposely leaked a slightly stronger strand of aura, it might attract the attention of more undying void flames. At that time, if they were to swarm over, they would be incinerated into ashes on the spot, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Time passed slowly. Yin Emperor did the same thing. Every time he lured the Pengshan Crow undying flame from several 100,000 kilometers away, step by step, bringing it towards the edge of the mysterious black hole. As long as it was within 100 million kilometers of the edge of the black hole, the four half-step titled emperors, who had been waiting for a long time, would join forces and attack at the same time. This way, the success rate of capturing this high-quality Pengshan Crow undying flame that had a radius of 300 meters would be increased to 80%. More than 80%. Unknowingly, the original distance of 700 to 800 million kilometers was shortened to 300 million kilometers under Yin Emperor's unremitting efforts. Yin Emperor's mission could be considered to be half completed, and it was incomparably smooth. During this period, no accidents happened. Seeing this scene, several 100 million kilometers away, the 16 emperors waiting at the edge of the mysterious black hole all revealed expressions of joy. Everyone was incomparably excited, and even their breathing was slightly hurried. From their point of view, this Pengshan Crow undying flame had no chance of escaping. In less than half a day's time, it would be within 100 million kilometers of the black hole. At that time, as long as they attacked, they would immediately be able to capture it. This was the Pengshan Crow undying flame, and it was a huge one with a radius of 300 meters. With the 16 emperors sharing it, it would be enough to refine flesh medicine for the next year. With such a top-grade flame, the flesh medicine they would refine in the next year would definitely be of extremely high quality. Using it for training would have extraordinary effects. How could they not be excited? Chapter 4392. Swish. A piercing sound rang out as a purple light streaked across the void at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the border of the Emperor Xian starfield and entered the Emperor Xian starfield. In the void, planets with life could be seen everywhere. However, the purple light did not stop as it continued to shoot towards the depths of the Emperor Xian starfield. This purple light was the demonic dragon Imperial Chariot. However, it was not controlled by the elephant fox Martin but by Yi Xian. Yi Xian had not activated the devil-ape bloodline in his body and was in his human form. However, he did not show his original appearance. Instead, he had changed his appearance slightly. However, he looked about the same age and still had an imposing aura. Even if he had not activated the devil-ape bloodline in his body, he still had the terrifying cultivation of a first-order emperor. In this Emperor Xian starfield, he was definitely an invincible existence. After all, this was only a large remnant star field, and the strongest person there was only half a step away from being titled Great Emperor. True titled Great Emperors could only be found in the top forbidden areas or star fields of the remnant star fields. Under the control of the Emperor Xian starfield, the demonic dragon Imperial Chariot's speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than lightning. At this moment, it was streaking across the cosmic void of the Emperor Xian starfield. Along the way, the remnant people on the planets could not see clearly at all. What was that purple light that was whizzing through the void outside? As soon as they entered the Emperor Xian starfield, Yi Xian had already extended his divine sense and enveloped the entire starfield. However, no one noticed this. On one hand, Yi Xian deliberately controlled his divine sense. On the other hand, it was because his divine sense was too strong. If an Emperor Xian deliberately controlled his divine sense, even a half-step Emperor Xian would not be able to sense it. He used his divine sense to investigate. Because of this, although Yi Xian had just entered the Emperor Xian starfield when he was controlling the demonic dragon Imperial Chariot, the general situation of the entire Emperor Xian starfield was already reflected in his mind. Although he didn't dare to say that he could see every single detail, he could still sense the obvious movement of the mysterious black hole void in the northwest corner of the Xian Emperor starfield with a radius of 1 billion miles. At that moment, under his control, the demonic dragon Imperial Steed was flying toward the mysterious black hole in the western region at an extremely fast speed. The Shinong Heavenly Fire and the Shinong Cauldron had already evolved to the level of the Shinong Seven-Colored Flame. Although its power was incomparably powerful, it was no longer the same as when Yi Xian had just ignited the Shinong Seven-Colored Flame with his heart fire. However, the truth was that the Shinong Seven-Colored Flames had yet to reach its peak. The Shinong Heavenly Fire and the Shinong Cauldron was at its peak, the Shinong Nine-Colored Flame. In other words, the current Seven-Colored Flame still needed to undergo two major transformations and evolutions before it could display its greatest power. In other words, as long as there was a heavenly flame that could be devoured, then the current Shinong Seven-Colored Flame could evolve 2 more times. Of course, this sort of thing depended on one's luck. After all, a heavenly flame of high quality that was capable of pushing the farmer god heavenly flame to undergo a transformation and evolution was rare. Right now, such an opportunity had clearly arrived. Under the probing of his divine consciousness, Yi Xian had a hunch as soon as he entered the Xianhuang galaxy. The strange flame in the mysterious black hole could most likely cause the Shinong Seven-Colored Flame to evolve again. He was now an emperor-level expert and his divine instinct was very powerful. Since he had such a hunch, then there would not be too big of a mistake. However, as the distance was too far, the devouring system in his body did not give any notification. This was also the reason why Yi Xian immediately activated the demonic dragon Imperial Steed and shot toward the mysterious black hole at an extremely fast speed. He could see that there were many old acquaintances of the Yin demon clan in the mysterious black hole, trapping the mysterious flame. If this flame was really effective on the farmer god heavenly flame, Yi Xian obviously would not allow this to happen. The farmer god Heavenly Flame had already evolved to the 7th level. If it wanted to evolve again, it would need to devour an extremely large amount of high-quality flame energy. After the devouring system identified the flame and confirmed that it was effective, Yi Xian would immediately take action and snatch all the mysterious flames. Very soon, the demonic dragon Imperial Steed finally entered the area that was only 10 billion miles away from the mysterious black hole. At this moment, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the indestructible void flame. It can promote the transformation and evolution of the farmer god Heavenly Flame. Do you want to capture it immediately? Indestructible void flame? Yi Xian's eyes lit up instantly. He had never heard of this flame before, but it was obviously extraordinary. Just by hearing its name, he could confirm this point. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately retrieved all the information about the indestructible void flame from the database of the devouring system in his body and quickly browsed through it. This information was not available before, but with the discovery of this new resource by the devouring system, the database of the system was also updated. In a short period of time, Yi Xian thoroughly understood all the characteristics of the indestructible void flame. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and directly drew out a 7-colored flame from the farmer god Heavenly Cauldron in his body. It was like a surging river, but also like a startled river. The rainbow pierced through the sky and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became a 7-colored flame bridge that was tens of thousands of feet wide and crossed the void. Whoosh! The demonic dragon Imperial Steed rushed forward and directly rushed into the 7-colored flame bridge that was shooting out, and was enveloped by it. This was Yi Xian. If it were anyone else, even if it was an emperor expert, they would immediately be burned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the farmer god Heavenly Flame. Whoosh! The 7-colored flame bridge that was tens of thousands of feet wide and tens of thousands of miles long wrapped around the demonic dragon Imperial Steed that was only 100 feet long. It was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it directly crossed the edge of the mysterious black hole and entered the black hole. All of this happened too quickly. Not only were the upper echelons of the survivors of the Xianhuang starfield guarding the edge of the black hole waiting for the indestructible void flame to approach, but they were also unable to react in time. Even the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen inside the mysterious void were unable to react in time. Everyone only saw a sudden blur in front of their eyes. Immediately after, a 10,000-mile-long rainbow bridge appeared inside the mysterious black hole. The rainbow bridge was completely formed by flames and appeared incomparably dazzling. At this time, at the edge of the mysterious black hole, the one with the highest quality and highest grade was the single crow indestructible flame that Yin Emperor was luring over. Therefore, under the control of Yi Xian's mind, the 7-colored flame bridge that was tens of thousands of miles long rushed into the mysterious void at this moment. It was clearly aimed at the single crow indestructible flame. Chapter 4393. The flame bridge traversed the sky and rushed into the mysterious black hole. In the blink of an eye, it completely devoured the 300 zhang wide high-quality single crow undying flames that Yin Emperor was trying to lure. All of this happened too quickly. Yin Emperor only saw a blur in front of his eyes before the single crow undying flames that he had locked onto all this time disappeared. In its place was a 10,000 li long rainbow flame bridge that appeared a million li away from him. In the middle of the flame bridge, there was clearly a purple phoenix carriage. In front of the carriage, there were clearly 7 or 8 silhouettes that were faintly discernible. Caught off guard, Yin Emperor was still a little startled at first. He didn't understand what had happened, but soon, as a light flashed in his mind, he instantly realized that he had been intercepted. He had painstakingly lured the single crow undying flames from 7 to 800 million li away with great difficulty to a position 200 million li away from the edge of the black hole. But now, everything had gone down the drain. As soon as the other party arrived and casually made a move, the fruits of his laborious efforts were completely wiped out and plundered away. As this thought flashed in his mind, Yin Emperor felt his blood rush to his head. He didn't even think about the other party's origins and how they could enter the mysterious black hole so casually. Right now, he was only thinking that the other party had shamelessly intercepted him midway and snatched away the single crow undying flames that he had lured for so long. As his blood rushed to his head, Yin Emperor's anger flared up. His expression immediately turned sinister as he stomped his feet and roared in the void, "Bandit! Bandit! Bastard! Xiao! 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 Xiao!" Almost at the same time that he let out an angry roar, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the void suddenly rang out around the black hole. When he turned around to look, he saw that the void undying flames of different quality and quantity were crazily shooting toward him from all directions. The void undying flame's territorial awareness was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. In this mysterious black hole, any wisp of aura that didn't belong to the void undying flames would immediately be attacked. If this wisp of aura had been a little stronger, all the void imperishable flame in the surrounding area would have shot over in an instant. It would have covered the entire sky, enveloped him, and incinerated him into flying ash, vanishing into thin air. Although the Shenong heavenly flame was also a heavenly flame of heaven and earth, it was still an invader to the undying void flame. A rainbow flame bridge that was tens of thousands of feet wide and tens of thousands of miles long rushed into the mysterious black hole void and hung high in the void. To all the void imperishable flames in this area, it was no different from a bright lamp in the dark night. It was too eye-catching and too clear. At this moment, all the void imperishable flames within 100 million miles of the void had sensed the aura of the seven-colored flame bridge. They instantly went berserk, and with a destructive aura, they shot toward the seven-colored flame bridge from all directions. This scene was all too familiar to the remnant experts of the Emperor Xian's star domain, and they were no stranger to it. Previously, there was a half-step titled emperor from the Emperor Xian's star domain who recklessly entered because of his powerful cultivation. In the end, he suffered such a great calamity, and his body and soul were destroyed. However, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and tens of thousands of clansmen of the Yin Demon clan had never entered this place before. Before their arrival, the remnant experts of the Emperor Xian's star domain would occasionally throw some sealed space beasts into this mysterious black hole void in order to capture the void imperishable flames. This way, they would attract the beasts further away. The void imperishable flames would move closer to the edge. However, since the arrival of Yin Emperor and the others, this method of sacrificing a large number of space beasts had been completely put to an end. At this moment, when they suddenly saw such a shocking scene, all the void imperishable flames within 100 million miles of the void imperishable flames shot toward the seven-colored flame bridge as if they had gone crazy. All the clansmen of the Yin Demon clan, including Yin Emperor, were stunned for a moment. Their expressions changed greatly. Tens of thousands of figures cried out in alarm and retreated in horror. All of them retreated toward the edge of the black hole void. They were frightened to death. Until now, the 16 emperors of the Emperor Xian's star domain who were guarding the edge of the black hole void were still in a daze. All of them were dumbfounded by the sudden scene that happened before their eyes. They were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. The next moment, in the region 200 to 300 million miles of the mysterious black hole void in front of them, where the seven-colored flame bridge was, a series of earth-shattering rumbles resounded like a tide. Hong! Hong! Boom boom boom. There were simply too many undying void flames shooting over from all directions. Within 100 million kilometers, all the undying void flames, regardless of their size or quality, did not stop at all after sensing the aura of the rainbow flame bridge, and all of them rumbled towards it without hesitation. They came. With a world-destroying aura, they rushed into the seven-colored flame bridge one after another without any hesitation. Instantly, a series of earth-shattering rumbles resounded endlessly like a tide. However, all of the imperishable flames of void that came into contact with the rainbow flame bridge, including the single crow imperishable flame that was the highest grade and most shockingly hot at the beginning, were all devoured. They seemed to be coming with great momentum, and the moment they hit the seven-colored flame bridge, they did indeed let out earth-shattering rumbles. The power was shocking, and it was frightening. However, this didn't mean anything. Compared to the Shenong seven-colored flames that formed this dazzling flame bridge, not to mention the low-quality variegated undying void flame, even the best quality, colorless and transparent undying void flame was far from a match. It could be said that the two were almost completely different. On one level, all the void imperishable flames would be swallowed up the moment they came into contact with the seven-colored flame bridge, becoming fuel for the Shenong seven-colored flame to evolve into an eight-colored flame. Hong. Hong. Long. Long, as the rumbles and explosions continued in this area, the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen led by Yin Emperor had basically all retreated outside the mysterious black hole. Within 100 million miles of the bridge, all the void imperishable flames were attracted by the seven-colored flame bridge's aura. No one bothered with the Yin demon clansmen at all. They used their fastest speed and naturally retreated in a very short time. However, because it happened in a hurry and they were too flustered when they retreated, there were still some Yin demon clansmen who were hit by the void imperishable flames when they were retreating, instantly turning them into semi-transparent flames. The void imperishable flames were instantly burned into ashes. Chapter 4394. What? The undying void flame is no match for it. Such a powerful attack is actually unable to shake this seven-colored flame bridge in the slightest. This is impossible. Within a radius of 100 million miles, all the eternal void flames have shot over. The amount is so huge that it is shocking. It is only a seven-colored flame bridge that is 10,000 miles long. How can it be so condensed? The situation is not good. All the undying void flames are not coming out after rushing into the flame bridge. It seems like they've been swallowed. Top-tier exotic flame. The seven-colored flame bridge is definitely a top-tier exotic flame, and its grade is even higher than the undying void flame. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to swallow it. See. Who's the attacker? It's unheard of to have such a top-tier exotic flame. Within the flame bridge, there seems to be a phoenix carriage, and I can vaguely see a figure on it. They're hiding inside, and their auras are undetectable. Damn it. Who are they? How dare they come to my Xian Emperor starfield and plunder? They deserve to be killed. Hong. Hong long long. In front of them, within the mysterious black hole, the 10,000-foot wide, 10,000-mile-long seven-colored flame bridge was suspended in the air. All the undying void flames within 100 million miles were like moths flying into a flame, crashing into the seven-colored flame bridge. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking the void within a radius of billions of miles. Countless survivors of the Emperor Xian galaxy were dumbfounded as they turned to look at the source of the explosion. Around this mysterious black hole, a large number of survivors who were above the immortal realm and were hunting for the undying void flame gasped and cried out in alarm after a short moment of shock. Such a scene lasted for 2 hours. During this time, the 16 emperors of Xian Emperor Starfield, who had become extremely ferocious due to anxiety and shock, even wanted to rush into the mysterious black hole several times. They wanted to stop what was happening in front of them, however, in the end, they suppressed the impulse in their hearts. By now, everyone had already seen through the clues. The level of the seven-colored flames that formed this flame bridge was definitely higher than the undying void flame. Even though these 16 emperors were strong, if they entered the mysterious black hole, they wouldn't even be able to defend against the void undying flames, much less the seven-colored bridge that was much stronger than it. However, although they did not dare to enter without permission, they did not wait anxiously outside the mysterious black hole. Among them, several emperors had already given the order to gather all the remaining soldiers in the entire Xian Emperor starfield. Regardless of how they would deal with this rainbow flame bridge later on, as well as hiding within the bridge, they would not even emit any aura of cultivation. The culprit behind the law induction. Right now, the first thing to do was to surround the entire black hole. As soon as the seven-colored flame bridge rushed out of the black hole, they would immediately attack. There were countless experts in the entire Emperor Xian starfield. Among them, there were dozens of battle armies formed by the remnants. The experts in each battle army were the best of the best. Right now, the dozens of soldiers were mobilized at the same time. The total number of soldiers exceeded 10 billion, and there were 16 emperors in charge. From their point of view, it was just to deal with an unknown rainbow flame bridge and the culprit behind the scenes. It was more than enough. At this moment, these 16 emperors who were giving orders had never thought that the culprit behind the 7-colored flame bridge was actually an emperor-level being. From what they knew, this was simply impossible. On one hand, it was because they had never heard of an emperor-level being in the surrounding endless void space. On the other hand, if the culprit was an emperor-level being, he would have the power to sweep through the entire Xian Emperor Forbidden Ground. Why would he need to hide within the 7-colored flame bridge and not show himself? In their opinion, the reason why this shameless mastermind dared to charge into the Xianwang starfield and wantonly steal the undying void flame from the mysterious black hole in front of him was because he was the mastermind behind all this. He was only relying on the 7-colored flame bridge. The 16 emperors of the Xian Emperor Starfield had long discussed this through their undying consciousness. As long as he rushed out of the black hole, they would all attack at the same time and set up a void formation to stop him. In this way, as long as they killed him, they would be able to make up for the loss of the undying void flame. Moreover, the Emperor Slayer star region would also obtain this rainbow flame bridge that was far more powerful than the undying void flame. This was simply a good thing, like a pie falling from the sky. Ji Fei Fu. Rumble. Howl. Li. Following the orders of the 16 emperors, the entire vast Xian Emperor starfield was in an uproar. It was like a sleeping beast that was suddenly awakened. As far as the eye could see, there were many battleships charging out of the atmosphere from the planets with life. They formed an army in the void and headed towards the western region of Emperor Xian, where the mysterious black hole was located, gathering there. These battleships were of all kinds, and they were all ancient. Obviously, they had inherited the crafting techniques of the prehistoric era. Although they were ancient, they were not inferior to the current space fortresses and space fortresses. At this moment, among the battleships that were gathering towards the mysterious black hole from all directions, there were even dozens of huge objects that were as big as stars. Some of the battleships even followed the ancient traditions. In front of the battleships, there were actually huge space beasts pulling the strings and moving forward at extreme speed. In just a short hour, at the edge of the mysterious black hole in the western part of the Xian Emperor starfield, a large amount of strong beings and ancient battleships had gathered. Some of the battleships that were closer to the black hole were the first to arrive. They immediately formed a seal around the mysterious black hole. In the void further away, countless experts of the remnant people and all kinds of battleships were still gathering and rumbling. Such a scene had not been seen in the Xianhuang star domain for countless years. All the experts could not even remember when was the last time they had seen such a scene. At this time, there was no longer any indestructible void flame around the 7-colored flame bridge in the mysterious black hole void. In just 2 hours, all the indestructible void flames within 100 million miles of the void whizzed over in an overwhelming manner, bringing with them destruction. The terrifying momentum was actually like a moth flying into a flame. They had all been completely swallowed by the 7-colored flame bridge. The continuous explosions gradually stopped. The 7-colored flame bridge in the black hole was still the same as before. After swallowing so many undying void flames, its shape did not change at all. Chapter 4395. Xiao. A sharp piercing sound rang out. In front of everyone's eyes, after rushing into the mysterious black hole in front of them, it had been suspended in the void about 200 to 300 million miles away from the edge. It remained motionless, no matter how many undying void flames attacked it. Without any reaction, the 7-colored flame bridge suddenly moved. However, it didn't turn around and rush out of the black hole. Instead, it rushed deeper into the center of the black hole. The maximum range of the undying void flames in this black hole seemed to be only 100 million miles. Previously, when the 7-colored flame bridge was suspended in the black hole, all the undying void flames within 100 million miles had taken the initiative to fly over like moths to a flame. When they rushed over, they were swallowed by the 7-colored flame bridge amidst the continuous rumbling sounds. And now, as the rainbow flame bridge shot into the depths of the black hole void, it instantly attracted the void imperishable flame in the surrounding areas. All of them carried a destructive force as they whizzed toward the rainbow flame bridge without hesitation. Go, Hong. Hong long long. From this moment on, in the void of the black hole in front of them, the sound of explosions that had just stopped resounded once again in an overwhelming manner. This scene shocked the countless survivors outside the black hole. Even the 16 emperors subconsciously opened their eyes wide. Then, they seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Look, this damned bridge of flames is actually going further in. More undying void flames have been activated, and are surging towards it, damn it, damn it. Who is this guy hiding in the flame bridge? He's too greedy, and he's too greedy." All the undying void flames in the entire 100 million mile area have been taken by him, and he's still not satisfied. It's clear that he wants to take away all the undying void flames in this black hole. Stop him, we must stop him. Otherwise, once all the undying void flames are taken away, some unforeseen changes may occur in this black hole. If no new undying void flames are born in the future, won't it be the end of our line? Our chance of survival? Something big is going to happen. Inside the black hole, the seven-colored flame bridge was protecting the front yard of the Mo Dragon Imperial Palace. Yi Xian was standing at the edge of the front yard with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were lined up in a row, and the elephant fox Martin was lying on Yi Xian's right shoulder with his neck shrunk. Although he knew that the Shenong unusual flame wouldn't hurt Yi Xian at all, because the Shenong cauldron had been completely refined by Yi Xian, and the Shenong unusual flame in the cauldron was ignited by Yi Xian's heart flame when it was still a one-colored flame. However, at this moment, the Mo Dragon Imperial Palace was completely covered by the 7-colored flame bridge, which made him feel extremely uneasy. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. "Look at how useless you are," as if he felt the fear in his heart. Yi Xian turned his head slightly and glared at him. And then, he looked ahead again. At this time, the 7-colored flame bridge had left the previous area and changed its position to another void. In the void outside the flame bridge, within a radius of 100 million miles, countless strands of indestructible void flame were madly charging toward this side. In the outside world, the rumbling sounds were earth-shattering, but inside the flame bridge, no strange sounds could be heard at all. Those rumbling sounds had long been blocked outside by the power of the Shenong cauldron field controlled by Yi Xian. Although he had not moved his body, he had been paying attention to the changes in the Shenong flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong cauldron field. The 7-colored flame bridge that appeared in the black hole like a rainbow across the sky was actually just a bait to lure the indestructible void flame to attack. Previously, Yi Xian had retrieved all the information about the indestructible void flame from the database of the devouring system in his body and quickly browsed through it. He had a complete understanding of the characteristics of this kind of heavenly flame. Therefore, he waved his hand and summoned this 7-colored flame bridge across the void. In fact, all of the indestructible void flames that roared, rushed into the 7-colored flame bridge, and then disappeared, were immediately sucked into the flat at the bottom of the volcano by the Shenong cauldron's powerful field after entering the 7-colored flame bridge. In the Shenong flame pool at the center of the original. Although the 10,000-mile flame bridge in the black hole did not seem to have changed from beginning to end, the Shenong flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano was completely different. When the first batch of undying void flame was sent into the flame pool, the originally tranquil flame bridge immediately surged with turbulent waves. Endless 7-colored flames rose into the air and almost filled the entire vast plains at the bottom of the volcano. These Shenong strange flames originally only had 7 colors, but as more and more eternal void flames were sent into the flame pool through the 7-colored flame bridge, there was clearly one more color that was almost transparent among the original 7 colors of the Shenong strange flames. It was a transparent color. However, this almost transparent color was still extremely unstable. It appeared and disappeared from time to time, like an ethereal phantom flickering among the 7 colors. Yi Xian's divine sense had always been closely watching the changes in the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. At this moment, when he saw that a large amount of indestructible void flame that was swallowed by the flame bridge began to be sent into the flame pool again, the flickering, illusory transparent color among the original 7 colors in the flame pool finally began to gradually solidify. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. The heart that had been in his throat was also quietly relieved at this moment. It seems that the effect of this kind of indestructible void flame is quite good. In just over 2 hours, it actually made a new, almost transparent color appear in the Shenong 7-colored flame. However, the evolution from the 7-colored flame to the 8-colored flame is incomparable to any of the previous evolutions because the 8-colored flame is only one step away from the 9-colored flame, which is the peak form of the Shenong heavenly flame. In order to successfully take this step, it will need to devour a large number of undying void flames, and if nothing goes wrong, all of the undying void flames in this black hole will most likely not be able to escape this calamity. This is clearly a case of extinction. The rhythm of emptiness. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. He subconsciously frowned, shook his head, and sighed. This matter is indeed a little unkind, but now that everything has begun, if we give up now, I'm afraid that it will have some unknown effect on the subsequent evolution of the Shenong strange flame. Chapter 4396. Boom. Rumble. A huge roar sounded again. In the mysterious black hole in front of him, the 7-colored flame bridge that was tens of thousands of feet wide and tens of thousands of miles long was suspended in the air. As it whistled, it changed position again. In an instant, all the void imperishable flames within 100 million miles of the void, after sensing the aura of the 7-colored flame bridge, all rushed towards it like moths to a flame. There were too many of them, and they were shooting at him from all directions. This scene was filled with madness. Within a radius of 100 million miles, all the undying void flames in the void, regardless of size, quality, or size, did not stop at all when they sensed the aura of the invaders. Carrying with them a world-destroying aura, they rumbled over. In the blink of an eye, they all rushed into the 7-colored flame bridge one after another, causing an earth-shattering explosion, roaring endlessly like a tide. In just a few dozen breaths, all the void imperishable flames that came into contact with the 7-colored flame bridge, including the highest grade and most shockingly hot single crow imperishable flame, were mercilessly swallowed by the flame bridge without exception. These roaring, rushing into the 7-colored flame bridge and then disappearing, after entering the flame bridge, were directly sent into the Shenong flame pool in the center of the volcanic plain by the powerful domain power of the Shenong cauldron after entering the flame bridge. Inside the pool of flames, raging waves surged. Endless 7-colored flames rose endlessly, filling the entire vast plain at the bottom of the volcano. In the original 7-colored Shenong heavenly flame, the additional almost transparent color was extremely unstable before. It appeared and disappeared from time to time, like an ethereal phantom flickering in the 7 colors. But now, it was getting more and more obvious. Condensed. Gradually, it stopped flickering and disappearing, as if it was merging with the Shenong 7-colored flame, but it was still relatively weak at the moment, and compared to the other 7 colors of the Shenong flame, it was extremely inconspicuous. After swallowing all the void imperishable flames in this area, the 7-colored flame bridge did not stop at all, and immediately rushed to another area. Every time it changed its position, all the indestructible void flame within a radius of 100 million miles would be completely wiped out in just a few dozen breaths. And this mysterious black hole that gave birth to the undying void flame only had a circumference of a few 100,000 kilometers. Similar scenes continued. Every time, the rainbow flame bridge would only stay for a few dozen breaths of time after changing its position. Just like that, after dozens of great void teleportations, almost all the indestructible void flame in the mysterious black hole had been swallowed up. What was left was less than 10% of the original. At this time, the Shenong unusual flame in the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong cauldron domain was very, very close to evolving into a complete 8-colored flame. Compared to the other 7 colors, the additional dreamlike translucent luster was extremely weak. The last 10%. As long as we devour the remaining undying void flames, the Shenong 8-colored flame will definitely complete its evolution. After a series of deductions, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in the air all this time, finally settled down. Without any hesitation, the 7-colored flame bridge enveloped by the demonic dragon shot through the air like a rainbow, heading toward the last corner of the mysterious black hole that had yet to be set foot in. It was also at this moment that ripples that were like scales suddenly appeared at the center of the black hole. But in reality, there was clearly nothing there, and it was completely empty. When this scene fell into the eyes of a large number of experts trapped outside the black hole void, all of them were stunned. Then, no one knew what they thought of, but some of them suddenly roared with excitement, as if they were crazy. Transparent imperishable flame. In the center of the black hole, there is a top-level transparent imperishable flame. That's right, there is absolutely nothing in that area, but the void ripples like scales. If it is not the throbbing of the transparent imperishable flame, what else can it be? Hiss. The area where the ripples appear is so vast, at least tens of thousands of miles. Doesn't that mean that this transparent and pure top-level undying void flame is actually tens of thousands of miles wide? A 10,000-mile-long undying void flame, and it's a transparent color that has never appeared before. It's simply heaven-defying. This transparent undying flame is definitely the source of all undying void flames. It's the mother flame. Take action. Take action immediately. We must not let the rainbow flame bridge devour this mother flame, otherwise, our Xian Emperor star area will never be able to get any undying void flame in the future, even if it is the 9 ravens of the lowest quality. Whoosh! As the exclamations around the mysterious black hole sounded one after another, the rainbow flame bridge, which was like a long rainbow whistling through the void, also landed steadily above the tens of thousands of miles wide transparent imperishable flame at the same time. In the next instant, the loud rumbling that had just stopped surged again like a tide. All the imperishable void flames in this last area, including the colorless and transparent flame that was suspected to be the mother flame, completely fell into a frenzy in the blink of an eye. The rainbow flame bridge was like a whale sucking in water, and all the undying void flames in the surrounding hundreds of millions of miles were completely devoured in less than 20 breaths of time. Even the undying void flame suspected to be the mother flame was no exception. In the blink of an eye, not a single undying void flame could be seen in the mysterious black hole that spanned hundreds of millions of miles. It was completely wiped out. Seeing this scene, the 16 emperors on the western side of the black hole were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Without hesitation, they raised their heads and roared furiously. With a flash of their bodies, they rushed into the black hole and rumbled towards the rainbow flame bridge's location. At the same time, inside the Shenong cauldron, in the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, the Shenong 7-colored flame that was rising up had just finished its transformation. That dreamy transparent color had completely stabilized and flourished. There was no difference between its 7 colors anymore. The Shenong 7-colored flame had finally evolved into the Shenong 8-colored flame. Xiao. In the outside world, in the black hole, as the evolution of the Shenong 8-colored flame was completed, the rainbow flame bridge that spanned tens of thousands of miles instantly shrank and disappeared under Yi Xian's thought. It was kept in the Shenong cauldron and thrown into the Shenong cauldron. It was thrown into the undying void flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. At this moment, following the disappearance of the rainbow flame bridge, the demonic dragon chariot, which had been shrouded by the flame bridge all this time, was completely exposed at this moment. In front, left, right, and back of the imperial carriage, the terrifying aura of the primordial era from the 9 demon dragons spread out instantly and covered the entire vast Xian Emperor starfield in the blink of an eye. What? This aura. Chapter 4397. In the distance, a few billion miles away in the universe space, the 16 emperors who were shooting over with killing intent all had a change of expression. Their bodies stopped as though they had planned it beforehand, and after that, they all exclaimed in shock, "What? This aura. Demonic dragon. It's obviously an ancient demonic dragon. My God, this is a powerful being from the primordial era, and there are actually 9 of them? And their status is obviously just La Yuan's slave beast. Such extravagance is simply shocking. To be able to trap Suoleyuan with 9 terrifying primordial demon dragons, just how terrifying is the origin of the person in the purple 1 carriage?" As the 16 emperors cried out in shock, the entire vast Xian Emperor starfield fell into silence. Among the 16 emperors, there were 4 emperors who were half-step emperors at the peak of the 9th level. They all exclaimed subconsciously and had already used their spirit sense. Hence, no matter how vast the Emperor Xian's starfield was, their exclamations were enough to cover it. All the great beings and space beasts were stunned when they heard the exclamations. Their breathing stopped, as though they were struck by lightning, and they were completely petrified, a powerful being from the primordial era. To them, this was simply an unimaginably terrifying existence. But now, not only did 9 of them appear at once, but they were also just slave beasts to pull the carriage. This had long exceeded their understanding. Even the 16 emperors who were more than 1 billion miles away from the demonic dragon were completely stunned. At this moment, the demonic dragon moved under everyone's gazes. Roar! Roar! Although the 3 demonic dragons on the left, right, and back of the demonic dragon didn't move, the 6 demonic dragons in front of the demonic dragon roared at the same time. Then, they leaped forward, and in the blink of an eye, the demonic dragon was more than 1 billion miles away from the demonic dragon. In the universe void less than 100 million miles away from the 16 emperors. Seeing this scene, the countless survivors in the massive battleships that were besieged by the mysterious black hole gasped in astonishment. The 16 emperors who were instantly approached by the demonic dragon were so scared that their faces turned pale. It wasn't that they didn't want to turn around and run away, but they couldn't control their bodies at all. Their legs were numb, and they couldn't feel anything at all. After all, they were only emperors, and it was natural for them to react this way when facing 9 powerful beings from the primordial era. And this was because the terrifying pressure emanating from the 9 demonic dragons wasn't deliberately directed at them. Otherwise, even emperors would have to lie down on the spot. Bastards! Why don't you restrain your auras? If you scare the friends in this starfield, I'll destroy you. Just as the 16 emperors were frightened, a man's voice came from the demonic dragon that stopped abruptly in the space 100 million miles away. It sounded very young, but it was very domineering. Not only did he reprimand the 9 demonic dragons, but he also casually said that he would destroy them. What was even stranger was that as the young man's voice spread out, all of the demonic dragons, not only the 6 in front of the Luan Yuan, including the 3 on the left, right, and back of the Luan carriage, trembled and dispersed from their bodies. What came was the terrifying aura of the primordial era, which was unique to the almighty experts of the primordial era. If it weren't for the fact that they could still see them with their naked eyes, everyone would suspect that these 9 demonic dragons had already left. To be able to restrain their auras to such an extent that even emperors couldn't detect them with their spiritual awareness, this technique could only be done by emperors. Yi Xian actually had no choice but to do this. Although the 9 demonic dragons' auras were at the primordial era, they were limited by Yi Xian's own cultivation level. The battle strength they could display now was only at the level of an emperor. If he didn't order them to restrain their auras and deliberately show a low-profile attitude, they might be exposed in the future. And now, with such a show, even if the 9 demonic dragons were to display strength at a certain time in the future that didn't match the strength of a primordial era being, no one would suspect anything. The moment he finished speaking, the demonic dragon's mist curtains automatically rolled up under Yi Xian's command. The scene of the courtyard with a radius of several hundred feet was instantly revealed. As though they had agreed beforehand, the pupils of the 16 emperors shrank and they all took in a deep breath. In the void in the distance, the countless survivors who saw the scene in the front yard were speechless again. Their faces were all full of disbelief. On the ground of the courtyard with a radius of only 150 feet, a handsome young man and 7 absolute beauties sat on the ground. The man was in the center, and the 7 beauties were gathered around him. Each of them had a table in front of them, on it were all sorts of spirit fruits that had never been seen before. And in front of each of the 7 beauties, there were different musical instruments, all of which were ancient treasures of the primordial era. Even the ground of the courtyard was covered with a thick layer of ferocious beast fur. The purple gold fur emitted a faint aura unique to the primordial era ferocious beasts. If there were no accidents, this purple gold fur used as a carpet was most likely taken from the remains of a primordial era supreme ferocious beast. This wasn't just a normal luxury, it was simply too extravagant. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Seeing this from such a close distance, the 16 emperors who had regained their senses due to the demon dragon retracting its aura were instantly petrified. They were all stunned. Fellow cultivators, I'm Xianyuan Feng, from the Milky Way star field in the distant primordial void. I happened to pass by here and saw a strange flame. It was not bad, so I took it. It was also at this time, the young man who was surrounded by 7 beautiful women in the front yard of the Phoenix chariot had already stood up, stepped in the void, and slowly walked out of the purple Phoenix chariot. Seeing that all of you have exquisite bones, I think this star field must be a good place for outstanding people. Yes, this Daoist has decided to temporarily stay here for a few days. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you in any way. After saying that, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked outside the mysterious black hole. There was a large expanse of space in the air, surrounding the entire black hole. After glancing around a few times, a look of surprise and confusion appeared on his face. He raised his hand and pointed, then finally said, "Fellow Daoists. Why is this? Could it be that you already knew that this Daoist was traveling incognito and would come here? You actually prepared such a lineup to welcome me, isn't this a bit too much?" Chapter 4398. I didn't expect that even after leaving the mother planet, I still wouldn't be able to avoid such a scene. How disturbing. After he finished speaking, a trace of displeasure appeared on Yi Xian's face. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "Disperse, disperse, immediately disperse them. This Daoist has long been tired of this kind of show. It's so hard to come out, yet I can't even have a moment of peace." As these words left his mouth, the pressure within his body that was originally completely restrained seemed to inadvertently leak out a bit. He was a level 1 immortal emperor. At this time, the 7 beautiful cultivators in the front courtyard of the Luan carriage had already followed behind. With light lotus steps, they walked out of the front courtyard of the Luan carriage. Their faces all carried a faint expression of fear as they bowed towards Yi Xian. "Little master, please calm down. They're just foreigners, unable to see the big picture. Please don't be angry on account of their ignorance." At the same time, the 7 beauties all emitted a half-step emperor aura at the peak of emperor level 9. All of this was clearly seen by the 16 emperors 100 million miles away, causing their pupils to shrink as they took in a deep breath. Mother planet? Little master? Traveling incognito? He was so young, yet he was already an emperor level undying. Even the 7 maidservants beside him were all half-step emperors, even though they were peerlessly beautiful. When all of this was added together, it formed a shocking thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of the 16 emperors, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Their noses were heavy and hurried, and their minds were completely shaken. The earth was in chaos. What a shocking background. And this was only the so-called little master. Normally, a little master was a grandson's life, otherwise, if it was a son's life, they would have to call him young master. From the looks of it, this so-called young master with a mysterious background was clearly relying on an existence of his grandfather's generation. His grandson was already so powerful, an emperor level, 7 half-step emperor level maids serving him, and 7 desolate ancient demon dragons traveling with him. Then, this mysterious grandfather, what kind of terrifying existence was he? His strength might not even be able to defeat a universe knight. After becoming an emperor, he would become a universe knight, so how could his grandfather be only 1 level stronger than his grandson? In that case, he had to be at least a universe master or a universe supreme being, or even a primordial supreme being or a primordial supreme being. Even if he was only a universe master, that was absolutely incredible. For an emperor level undying, he was definitely an existence that they could only look up to. In this life, they had never seen such a figure. To be precise, they had never even heard of it. More importantly, he came from the mother planet. The legend of the mother planet was no longer a secret in this space fragment of the desolate world. Almost all the ancient survivors and beasts above the undying level knew a little about it. After the battle that destroyed the entire untainted land in the past, the mother planet had indeed taken the bright Milky Way with it and flew away. No one knew where it had gone. Now, it seemed that the mysterious Milky Way star sector had been transferred to the legendary Hongmeng Void. And this so-called young master with a terrifying background and a frightening aura was obviously from the mother planet in the Milky Way star sector in the Hongmeng Void. For all the ancient survivors in this space fragment of the desolate world, the mother planet was the origin of their bloodline. Therefore, in a sense, this young master before them was basically in existence at the level of their bloodline ancestor. Although he was young, his seniority and bloodline were obvious, and this was an absolutely undeniable fact. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 16 emperors were all shocked, and the countless great beings and space beasts in the distance all gasped and kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, the vast and boundless Emperor Xian star region fell into a deathly silence once again. Because the words that Yi Xian, corpse ancestor, Hanba, and the rest of the 7 great gorgeous cultivators had said seemed to be casual and light, but in reality, they had used the power of their spiritual sense. The entire Xian Emperor star sector was shrouded, and even a deaf person could hear it clearly. No one doubted any of this, because no matter if it was the little young master's terrifying titled emperor-level cultivation, or the 7 beautiful maids' strength at his side, or the 9 demonic dragons' supreme might of the desolate era's almighty expert level, all of these were facts in front of their eyes. Only Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and tens of thousands of other members of the Yin demon clan had the same shocked look on their faces. They didn't even dare to take a deep breath. However, deep in their eyes, there was still a clear trace of suspicion. Everything that had just happened gave them a sense of déjà vu. In fact, all of the clansmen of the Yin demon clan had the same feeling at this moment. After experiencing the humiliation caused by ancestor Huanting, which caused the entire Yin demon clan to become the laughingstock of countless experts in the starry sky, all the clansmen of the Yin demon clan subconsciously doubted this kind of thing at the first moment. It was like a conditioned reflex, or more like an instinct. And the scene in front of them gave them a very familiar feeling. It was as if Ling Hu young master, who had pretended to be Huanting ancestor and harmed the Yin demon clan, had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a short moment of being stunned, the 16 emperors who were closest to the demonic dragons, who were only 100 million miles away, finally came back to their senses and broke free from the unprecedented shock. The 16 of them turned to look at each other and quickly reached a consensus. Then, a few of them turned to look at the countless battleships outside the black hole. Their faces darkened, and they started to reprimand them on the spot. Why are you still standing here? Don't you see that young Master Xian Yuan is already displeased? You don't see the big picture. Who asked you to come? You know that young Master Xian Yuan doesn't like this kind of extravagance, so why don't you leave? If you offend young Master Xian Yuan, can you bear the responsibility? This is ridiculous. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Go back to where you came from. Hong. Long. Chapter 4399. My name is Zhao Dong. Greetings young Master Xian Yuan. My name is Qian Nan. Please calm down young Master Xian Yuan. My name is Sun Shi. I hope young Master Xian Yuan can forgive me for my earlier rudeness. My name is Li Bei, 4th in line. Young Master Xian Yuan can just call me Old Li Si. A distance of 100 million miles was nothing to an emperor-level undying. In the blink of an eye, the 16 emperors arrived in front of Yi Xian and the 7 great beauties, who were standing beside the demon dragon. Their faces were filled with fawning smiles as they cupped their fists and bowed. Amongst the 16 people, only the 4 peerless emperors, who were at the peak of the 9th step, spoke up. At the same time that they introduced themselves to Yi Xian, they also took this opportunity to get close to him. As for the other 12, they didn't even have the chance to greet him. They were all extremely cautious in front of Yi Xian. After all, from their point of view, this young man not only had a terrifying background, but his strength wasn't just for show either. Look. This was an emperor-level warrior. Even though he was young, in terms of strength, he was their senior. In the space environment, the stronger one had to be respected. This was a very normal thing. Disperse, I have no interest in chatting with you all. It's rare for me to come out, the world is so huge, I should explore and see more. Facing the 12 incomparably polite and respectful emperors in front of him, Yi Xian seemed to be extremely excited. He indifferently glanced at the 4 half-step emperors that politely spoke to him, waved his hand, and turned around to walk towards the demon dragon imperial carriage behind him. As for the other 12 emperors that hadn't even reached the half-emperor level, he didn't even bother to look at them. And, looking at his posture, it was obvious he was about to turn and leave. Seeing this, the 16 emperors began to panic. The 12 emperors who didn't even look at Yi Xian felt sullen, their faces turning red. However, they were extremely anxious and didn't dare make a sound, rubbing their hands. He stared blankly at Yi Xian and the 4 pseudo-emperors, completely at a loss for what to do. Young master, there doesn't seem to be any other place in this star field that's as large as this. Just as the group of emperors were staring at each other anxiously, Corpse Ancestor Hanba of the 7 gorgeous cultivators spoke up at the right time and reminded him, and along the way, we've basically only encountered fierce beasts in forbidden grounds, all of them wearing fur and armor. There's no one to talk to, only this place. Although it's boring, at least these guys are still human. These words were simply too unpleasant to listen to, and the 16 emperors almost fainted from the shock. What did he mean by at least he was human? An emperor-level undying being insulted like that was simply infuriating. However, due to the frightening background of this young master Xianyuan and his titled emperor Cultivation, although they were furious, they did not dare to make a sound. After exchanging a glance with each other, they unexpectedly followed Corpse Ancestor Han Kuei's words and tried to persuade Yi Xian to stay. This was clearly the rhythm of swallowing down his teeth and accepting this grievance. That's right, at least this star field is not filled with those wearing fur and armor. Even though they're annoying, they're still human. Yi Xian was expressionless. Whether it was his expression or tone, it was filled with a sense of hedonism, and his words were extremely harsh. However, the 16 emperors didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, they all nodded and agreed. From what they saw, even though Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of them, as long as they could keep this young Master Xianyuan in Emperor Xian's starfield, they could naturally think of ways to improve their impression of him. That way, the result would be no different from hugging a thick thigh. Who knows, after gaining his favor, he might even bring them out of this futureless fragment space and into the mysterious primordial mist starfield, to the Milky Way where their mother planet was. The starfield. For the sake of this goal, it was worth it to suffer some humiliation. Besides, at least Yi Xian admitted that they weren't filled with fur and armor. This was a very good start. Thinking like this, the faces of the 16 emperors instantly lit up with smiles. They hurriedly introduced the benefits of the Xian Emperor Starfield to Yi Xian, such as the various spirit herbs and spirit fruits that were unique to this place, as well as other cultivation resources. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the 4 pseudo-emperors. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What were you all doing here just now? It seems like you were trying to capture this undying void flame, right?" Xiao. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the space in front of him with a radius of 1,000 feet immediately rippled like scales, even though this space seemed to be empty, and even when one used his divine consciousness to probe, he could only feel a slight ripple in the space. However, in reality, there was an extremely scorching and special heat wave that rushed towards him. Of course, this heat wave couldn't harm the emperors at all. This was an undying void flame, and it was of the highest quality, even more so than Dan Wu's. This kind of void undying flame had long since merged with Yi Xian's divine Nong strange flame, becoming one of the divine Nong 8-colored flames. With a thought from Yi Xian, he could summon 8-colored flames with a wave of his hand, or he could only summon one of them. The transparent inextinguishable flame he had just summoned was drawn from the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in Shenong Cauldron Domain. Not to mention this small area of 300 meters, no matter how much Yi Xian extracted, it wouldn't have any effect on the 8-colored flames. This was because the void immortal flames had already completely merged with the 8-colored flames and were already able to grow endlessly. Right now, the reason why he had taken out this transparent undying flame was because he wanted to test the waters and get the complete pill-making techniques from the 16 emperors. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't care about the transparent undying flame that was 300 meters in radius that he casually took out. However, this was only for him. To the 16 emperors in front of him, the situation was obviously different. At this moment, when they saw Yi Xian casually wave his hand, the space in front of them immediately rippled like scales. The 16 undying emperors were stunned at first, but then a thought flashed through their minds. In an instant, their expressions changed as they all exclaimed, "What? This is the undying void flame? It's actually such a huge one. And it's of the highest quality. This is simply..." Chapter 4400. Valuable? Ugh. Hearing these words, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he covered his face and spat in pain. He muttered, "Isn't it just a firework? I just thought it was something new, so I decided to keep it for fun. It's not bad to roast some meat for fun. But, you actually say it's valuable? What a bunch of country bumpkins who haven't seen the world." His words made everyone speechless. The faces of the 16 emperors immediately turned red, not sure if it was because of embarrassment or because they were excited to see this young Master Xian Yuan not care about it at all. After a short while, they saw that Yi Xian didn't have any intention of putting away the transparent undying flames. They looked at each other and exchanged glances again. After that, Zhao Dong carefully moved closer and asked tentatively, "Young Master Xian Yuan, you really don't want this translucent everlasting flame? Isn't it just a firework? Do you really need to be so conflicted? Take it, take it." Waving his hand, Yi Xian revealed an impatient expression and said, "Don't bother me, I've been busy for so long, I'm a bit hungry. I don't like to be disturbed when I'm enjoying my food." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned around and returned to the front yard of the demon dragon's carriage with a single step. After sitting down on the floor covered in soft beast fur, he picked up the wine jug on the table beside him and gulped down a mouthful. At this time, the 7 beauties and the leopard followed behind and entered the front yard of the dragon carriage, waiting around Yi Xian. "Xiao. It's rare for me to find a new kind of flame today. I wonder if the taste of the roasted meat is different from before. I'll know once I try it." Muttering to himself, Yi Xian waved his hand at the same time. With a weak sound of breaking through the air, a void undying flame was instantly summoned and appeared in the air outside the front yard of his demon dragon carriage. It was over 3,000 meters long, and it was also of the best quality. It was a transparent undying flame. Seeing this, the 16 emperors exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. They could see that the ultimate goal of the master in front of them collecting the undying void flame was to roast meat to satisfy his appetite. And from what he said, he seemed to have collected many different kinds of firework to test the taste of the meat roasted with different kinds of firework. What the F***ck? The undying flame was a rare treasure to them. Normally, they would only use it to make meat medicine. They didn't expect this young master to not care about it at all. With bitter expressions, Zhao Dong and the other half-step emperors no longer hesitated. With a wave of their hands, they divided the transparent undying flame that Yi Xian had taken out earlier into 16 portions, one for each of them, and carefully put it away. After that, everyone turned to look at the demon dragon imperial chariot again. With just a single glance, their expressions changed. They gasped and cried out in alarm once again. "What? This beast's legs aura. A powerful being of the quasi-primordial level, which is the level of a universe supreme. What a big deal. He actually used the leg of a universe supreme level beast to roast meat. This is simply a reckless waste of natural resources. If it can be used to refine the great flesh medicine, how heaven-defying would the quality of the great medicine after it is refined be? Monster. This young Master Xian Yuan is truly a monster. He can eat too much, he dares to eat too much." It was no wonder that they were so shocked. At this moment, when he turned his head to look, Yi Xian, who was in his line of sight, took out a gigantic leg of a vicious bird in the blink of an eye after summoning the transparent undying flame that covered a radius of 3,000 feet. It had a radius of several thousand feet, and it emitted a purple-gold mist. Vaguely, there seemed to be the aura of a powerful being of the quasi-primordial level slowly spreading out. This time, because Yi Xian didn't use the Shen Nong 8-color flame, but only the transparent undying flame, the roasting speed was slightly slower. And, during the roasting process, although the beast leg's color gradually turned golden, and it looked very appetizing. The aroma it emitted was completely different from the roasted meat of the Shen Nong 8-color flame. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, the meat that was roasted with this kind of pure, transparent, undying flame was clearly far inferior to the Shen Nong heavenly flame. However, to the 16 emperors waiting outside the dragon carriage, this was obviously not the case. When had they ever done something so wasteful? Not to mention the roasting effect of the transparent everlasting flame, the precious leg of a quasi-desolation era ferocious bird was enough to make them salivate and drool. Soon, the beast leg was finished roasting. However, Yi Xian was clearly not satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he put away the transparent undying flame outside the demon dragon and threw it back into the volcano at the bottom of the Shen Nong cauldron. As for Yi Xian, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, he directly threw the leg of the vicious bird in front of the 16 undying emperors that were anxiously waiting in the air not far away. Then, his voice came out from the demon dragon chariot, filled with disdain. "Sigh, I thought that this kind of transparent and colorless flame would look quite pure. How delicious could it be when it's roasted? I didn't expect it to be so bad. Just this smell alone is enough to make me lose my appetite. Fine, fine, since you all seem to be interested. I'll reward you all with this beast leg." Hearing this, the 16 undyings' faces turned red again. How could this be considered wasteful? It made their hair stand on end. A leg of a quasi-desolation level ferocious beast was roasted so tantalizingly, but in the end, it was actually disliked by the other party. This kind of foppish young master from a supreme power was indeed a super prodigal. With a sigh, the 16 emperors did not stand on ceremony and immediately divided up the huge beast leg among themselves. However, they did not enjoy it on the spot, as that would be too rude. Hence, after the ferocious bird leg was divided, the 16 emperors waved their hands one after another, and very quickly, each of them took their share and carefully put it away. After doing all this, they exchanged glances again. Only then did Zhao Dong step forward and come to the dragon carriage. He first cupped his hands to Yi Xian and then said, "Young Master Xianyuan, this kind of undying flame is not for us. It's not for roasting meat. In fact, it's a waste to roast the leg of the beast you just roasted into meat, including the one you just roasted. Why don't you use it to make meat medicine? That's the most precious resource for making medicine." Chapter 4401. If that's the case, then I'll embarrass myself. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 16 emperors looked at each other as if they were still unconvinced. After exchanging glances with each other, Zhao Dong of the 4 half-emperors walked out. He cupped his hands towards Yi Xian and said, "I've already prepared a cauldron of materials. All I need is the fire to refine it. Just now, young Master Xianyuan bestowed upon me a top-grade transparent everlasting flame of the best quality. With this flame, the quality of this cauldron of flesh medicine that I'm about to refine will reach the highest level in history, Xiao." Hong Long Long. After that, Zhao Dong didn't hesitate anymore. He flashed to the space not far from his right and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a huge cauldron appeared. The cauldron was huge, at least 30,000 feet tall. It was like a huge mountain and gave off an ancient aura. It was a decent treasure cauldron. Of course, it couldn't be compared to Yi Xian's Shen Nong cauldron at all. As the huge cauldron flew across the sky, thunder rumbled from within. With a thought, the lid of the cauldron opened. Zhao Dong waved his hand and took out a large amount of top-grade materials and materials from ferocious beasts. They flew straight into the cauldron. Yi Xian had all of these precious materials and medicines in his possession. Just this point alone meant that the various top-grade spirit herbs and medicines that were unique to the Xian Emperor Star region were only a so-so. With Yi Xian's current cultivation level, there was probably nothing that could attract him. Yes. As for the materials from ferocious beasts, Yi Xian didn't lack them at all. At this moment, although the ferocious beast materials that Zhao Dong took out were all taken from the ferocious beasts of the immortal realm and above, they were basically all titled kings and marquises. The best of them were only titled emperors, and there were very few of them. They were all at the initial emperor level. After the materials were all in the cauldron, Zhao Dong waved his hand and closed the lid of the cauldron. With a wave of his hand, a pure and transparent undying flame with a radius of 30 feet shot out. It was the same as the one that Yi Xian threw out earlier. The transparent undying flame with a radius of 300 feet was divided into a small portion in Zhao Dong's hand. Soon, the transparent undying flame went through the cauldron wall and rushed into the cauldron. After that, Zhao Dong's hand started to change rapidly. One by one, obscure techniques danced between his fingers. As the techniques were made, streaks of light of different colors flew out from his fingertips and into the cauldron. Inside the cauldron. Obviously, what Zhao Dong was using now was the ancient alchemy method passed down by the remnant experts of the Emperor Xian Starfield. Ordinary remnant experts might only have a superficial understanding of it, but Zhao Dong was one of only 4.5 in the entire Emperor Xian Starfield. Emperor. What he had in his hands must be the most complete alchemy technique in Emperor Xian Emperor Starfield. This was also the ultimate purpose of Yi Xian coming here and going through so much trouble. If it weren't for the fact that he was only an emperor and couldn't forcibly search the soul of a quasi-emperor to ensure that he got what he wanted, Yi Xian would have already forced himself on him. But now, he had no choice but to use this method to try to get the alchemy technique he needed. Now, Zhao Dong finally began to use the complete alchemy technique passed down in Emperor Xian Emperor Starfield. Yi Xian's heart moved, and he immediately paid attention. But he soon gave up. Because he found that he couldn't steal the complete alchemy technique at all. At most, he could only learn 30 to 40% of it. Yi Xian was an emperor-level powerhouse. His divine sense was far stronger than Zhao Dong's. But Zhao Dong's hand speed was too fast because he was too familiar with this complete alchemy technique. But Yi Xian was different. Although his divine sense was powerful, he was completely unfamiliar with the alchemy technique passed down in Emperor Xian Emperor Starfield. Although it was not like a layman watching a show, in fact, even if he forcibly memorized it with his powerful divine sense of the Emperor realm, it was impossible for him to completely catch up with Zhao Dong, whose proficiency in hand gestures was already terrifying. Helpless, Yi Xian could only give up for the time being and stop paying attention. Anyway, he only stole 30 to 40% of it, which was meaningless to him. What he wanted was the complete alchemy technique of Emperor Xian Emperor Starfield. He would definitely find a way to get it later, so now, there was no need to waste so much effort. Perhaps it was because the flame Zhao Dong used to refine the flesh medicine this time was the best quality transparent and extinguishable flame he had ever obtained before. The refining process this time was extremely smooth. Everything could be described as natural and smooth. After a short day, Zhao Dong's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out the remaining transparent and extinguishable flame, which was about 20 to 30 feet in radius, from the treasure cauldron and carefully put it away. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened the lid of the cauldron and took out the refined flesh medicine with his divine sense. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart resounded as the cauldron was put away by Zhao Dong, and what remained in the space before him was a canopy of flesh and blood that covered an area of 3 kilometers. The quality of this flesh medicine was not bad. After all, Zhao Dong was also a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Moreover, the alchemy technique he mastered was obviously far stronger than Yi Xian's, and the materials used were also good. But even so, this cauldron of flesh medicine that had been completely refined only had a faint purplish gold color. It was similar in quality to the batch of flesh medicine Yi Xian refined in Mulberry Tree Star Field for the survivors of Mulberry Tree Star. However, compared to the pure purple gold flesh medicine he refined at the bottom of the volcano in Shenong Dingyang region, it was obviously far inferior. On one hand, the materials were too inferior. On the other hand, Yi Xian used the Shenong 7-colored flame back then, while the flame Zhao Dong was refining now was only a pure transparent inextinguishable flame. However, Zhao Dong was obviously extremely satisfied with this purple gold flesh medicine. His face was full of smiles. Even the eyes of the other 15 emperors glowed. They congratulated Zhao Dong. Based on their conversation, it was clear that this was the first time in the Xianhuang Starfield that a medicine of this quality had been refined. What a bunch of country bumpkins. With such quality, if it were me, I would have thrown it into the gutter. I really don't know what you have to be so happy about. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. His words were not polite at all, and could even be said to be harsh. Chapter 4402. Looking at each other awkwardly, the 16 emperors all frowned, unwilling to give up. Finally, they clenched their teeth and clasped their fists towards Yi Xian. Master Xianyuan, this batch of flesh medicine is emitting a faint purple-gold light. It can already be classified as a purple-gold medicine. Calling it trash is a bit too much, right? From your words, it seems that Master Xianyuan's attainments in medicine refining are above ours. If I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to refine a batch and give us some pointers. Young Master Xianyuan, please don't refuse. It's not that I'm trying to flatter you, but your techniques, while not bad, still have some flaws. Yi Xian had been waiting for this moment. Seeing these fellows take the initiative to ask him, he was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it on his face. Still calm and collected, he waved his hand and said, "Whatever, since I have nothing to do, I'll just refine a batch for you to see," after which, his body flashed and he appeared not far away in the left space, sitting down cross-legged high up in the space. Before, Yi Xian had gathered all the medicine refining techniques he had obtained from the 12 tribes of Shangji Star, and sent an order to the swallowing system in his body, letting it analyze and deduce the results. It could be said that Yi Xian had already thoroughly studied all the medicine refining techniques of the Shangji Star tribe. These were all the medicine refining techniques passed down from over 1,000 tribes. The amount of information within was immense. If Yi Xian were to study, comprehend, and learn them one by one, it would probably take him years to fully comprehend them all. All the medicine refining techniques passed down from generation to generation were incomplete. There might be some mistakes. With Yi Xian's strength at that time, he wouldn't be able to fully grasp them in such a short time. Helpless, Yi Xian handed all of them over to the devouring system in his body, allowing the system to analyze and deduce them. In the end, he summarized the most perfect and effective set of alchemy techniques. Since then, Yi Xian had grasped a special alchemy technique. It was relatively perfect, and it was even easier to grasp. This medicine refining technique was the result of the system's analysis of all the remaining techniques on Shangji Star, then the system's analysis, deduction and summary. It wasn't too complicated, and it was easy to grasp. The cauldron of top-grade flesh and blood medicine he was refining now was using this kind of spell. However, Yi Xian was doing all this in secret, and nothing could be seen on the surface. This time, in order to shock the 16 emperors before him, Yi Xian decided to take out the remains of the 108 primordial life forms. All of them were powerful desolate ancient life forms with cultivation bases above the titled emperor realm. Among them, close to half of them were the remains of quasi-desolate ancient supreme existences. They were extremely precious. Just the aura of the remains of such treasured bodies was incomparably strong. Apart from Yi Xian's Shenong cauldron, he had never seen a cauldron like treasure that could withstand it. Xiao. With a thought, the remains of the 108 creatures of the Desolation era were directly taken out from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. Along with them, he also took out a large number of top-grade precious materials and medicines. Even the spring water used for medicine refining was extremely extravagant, directly using a mixture of innate cold liquid and dark cauldron lotion to replace it. It was simply outrageous. Hong long, xiao. Just as the 16 emperors were stunned, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and an energy-shaped cauldron condensed from the Shenong 8-colored flames quickly rose from the flame pool. He directly took it out of the Shenong cauldron and floated above the demon dragon defense. In the space before him. Immediately after, the sound of the air breaking rang out. All the materials that were originally floating in the air automatically flew into the huge cauldron formed from the Shenong 8-colored flames. In the blink of an eye, they had already melted and fused together. They were all together. All of this was clearly seen by the 16 emperors, because this cauldron wasn't solid at all. Instead, it was formed from the Shenong 8-colored flames. The cauldron was translucent, and everything within could be seen clearly. Xiao. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few breaths of time, all of the remains of the precious bodies and top-notch precious medicines that automatically flew into the cauldron were melted and fused together. This scene was simply inconceivable. The 16 fellows who witnessed this scene with their own eyes were stunned. This time, their jaws dropped. Before they could recover from their shock, in the void where the flesh and blood medicine was being refined in front of them, a dense sound of breaking through the air once again came from it. Different colors and shapes of obscure runes fell from Yi Xian's hands like rain, covering the sky and earth, directly into the energy form of the 8-colored cauldron. The obscure runes that could be said to cover the sky and cover the earth were densely packed to the point of making one's hair stand on end. They were created by Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, using the perfect alchemy technique that he had mastered. At this moment, as they fell into the 8-colored cauldron, this cauldron of flesh medicine was completely refined. It was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The time was almost negligible. This time, Yi Xian had even used pure Shenong 8-colored flames to refine the great medicine. The lowest level of the flesh and blood materials he used was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of it was at the quasi-desolate ancient realm. Now, the great medicine had been successfully refined. In an instant, there were countless auspicious phenomena of dragons and tigers leaping in the void. Roar! Ong, roar! As these dense and obscure runes fell into the 8-colored cauldron, this cauldron of flesh medicine was completely formed. For a time, the phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring clearly, causing the 16 emperors who were watching not far away to tremble. The immortal emperor was so scared that his whole body trembled and he almost fell to the ground on the spot. Boom! In the next moment, a huge roar sounded. The 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of them bloomed with infinite treasure light, instantly turning into specks of 7-colored brilliance, which were collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and thrown into the Shenong cauldron in his body. In the flame pool. At this point, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. In his line of sight, there was only a large canopy of 8-colored top-grade flesh medicine left floating in the void in front of him. Compared to the purple-gold flesh medicine from before, its grade was much, much higher. Chapter 4403. A Supreme God Medicine. This is definitely a supreme divine medicine. Ordinary flesh and blood medicines are only golden in color, but purplish gold flesh and blood medicines can already be classified as purplish gold treasures. The furnace that I refined just now was only a faint purplish gold color, so it can only be considered an ordinary purplish gold treasure. Medicine. On the other hand, a true top-grade violet gold treasured medicine is a dense and pure violet gold color. That's already an extremely rare item in the legends. I never imagined that we would actually be able to see a supreme divine medicine of 8 colors here today. Legend has it that the highest level of divine medicine is 9 colors. Although the cauldron that young Master Xianyuan has refined has not reached 9 colors, it is extremely close. This is definitely a divine medicine that is rare even in legends. As Yi Xian's batch of flesh medicine was completed, the 16 emperors in the distance were momentarily stunned. Following which, their expressions changed greatly as they all exclaimed in shock. Facing this 8-color divine medicine that was like a giant mountain peak, they couldn't resist its temptation at all. As they cried out in alarm, they all moved to Yi Xian's side and surrounded him. Their eyes all shone with an incomparably burning desire. Yi Xian was actually extremely satisfied with this cauldron of 8-colored divine medicine. This was definitely the best quality cauldron out of all the flesh and blood medicines he'd refined. Even though he still had quite a few purple gold medicines left, the quality couldn't compare to this. With these 8-color divine medicines, Yi Xian's cultivation would definitely improve once again. At this moment, he was a little impatient and wanted to immediately consume some of them, enter into closed-door cultivation, and test the effects of these 8-color divine medicines. If nothing went wrong, the moment he swallowed it and entered closed-door training, he would definitely break through again. This was something that was almost certain to happen. However, now wasn't the time. He had more important things to do, which was to first think of a way to obtain the complete medicine refining techniques of the Xian Emperor Starfield. With a more complete secret alchemy technique, Yi Xian believed that if he were to refine the same flesh and blood medicine again, even if he were to invest the same amount of resources, the quality of the flesh and blood medicine would definitely be better. Even though the Shenong strange flame was only 8 colors and couldn't reach the level of 9-colored god medicine, it would definitely reach the pinnacle of 8-colored god medicine. Young Master Xianyuan, what kind of flame was that 8-colored cauldron you used to refine the medicine? Yes, look at those 8-colored flames forming the cauldron. There's clearly one that's pure and transparent. If I'm not wrong, that should be the undying void flame, right? Could it be that the 7-colored flame bridge from before swallowed that huge pure and transparent void flame? Could it be that it evolved from a mother? With such a precious flame to refine your flesh, young Master Xianyuan is truly enviable. No wonder you can refine such supreme god medicine. At this moment, after the initial shock, the 16 emperors from the Xian Emperor Starfield gathered around Yi Xian and began to speak one after another. Each and every one of them had burning gazes, and the expressions on their faces were just as they had said, full of envy. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put away the 8-colored god medicine that was as huge as a mountain peak and sent it into the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong Cauldron region for safekeeping. Immediately after, his face darkened, and he immediately said in displeasure, "This Daoist's 8-colored divine flame has indeed just completed its transformation and evolution, and it is indeed because the 7-colored flame bridge swallowed the void mother flame just now. However, from what you're saying, you seem to think that I refined this 8-colored god medicine because of the 8-colored flame. You're obviously doubting my medicine refining skills." What he said was the truth, and Yi Xian knew it too. The 16 old fellows in front of him were all undying emperors, and their eyes were sharp. Yi Xian had just refined this batch of 8-colored divine medicine in front of them, so naturally, nothing could be hidden from their observation. Even though some of the techniques Yi Xian used were not understood by the 16 emperors, on one hand, Yi Xian's hand speed was too fast, and on the other hand, the techniques were all derived from the swallowing system within Yi Xian's body. Some of the techniques were even derived from the swallowing system. However, in general, they could still see that something was amiss. It could be said that in the eyes of these 16 emperors, the reason why Yi Xian was able to refine this 8-colored divine medicine that they were incomparably envious of was not only because of the extraordinary quality of the 8-colored flames he used to refine it, but also because of the materials he used to refine it. It was too high-end. About half of it was actually the remains of a quasi-desolation level life form, and the rest were emperors and above. As for Yi Xian's alchemy skills, sorry, they weren't interested in him at all. Everyone was well aware of this point, but Yi Xian didn't seem to be aware of it. He actually questioned Yi Xian in public with a displeased expression. Facing such a situation, the 16 Emperor Xian Starfield Emperors and Undyings all looked at each other. They all looked at each other, troubled. Originally, whether or not this young Master Xianyuan was convinced didn't matter to them at all. However, the situation was different now. On one hand, they saw the terrifying background behind this young master, and wanted to grab onto him and enter the legendary Hong Meng Starfield. On the other hand, the undying void flame had already been swallowed by this young Master Xianyuan, and they couldn't beat him. Hence, if they didn't follow this young Master Xianyuan, it would be impossible to find a replacement for the undying void flame in the future. Because, using it to refine the special flames of the top-tier flesh medicine was impossible. Not to mention, he could casually extract a huge transparent imperishable flame from the 8-colored divine flames that had just completed their evolution and bestow it to them. This meant that the source of the 8-colored divine flames should have been nurtured within a certain supreme treasure of astonishing quality, and had long since been able to grow and multiply endlessly. Hence, as long as they followed this young Master Xianyuan, not only would they be able to continuously obtain the pure transparent undying void flame from him, they would even be able to obtain the other 7 heaven and earth flames. Also, after gaining his trust, they might even be able to ask him to give them an 8-colored god flame to refine their own flesh medicine. After all, his 8-colored god flame was already growing endlessly, giving them an 8-colored god flame wouldn't harm his foundation. Thinking up to this point, the 16 emperors exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Chapter 4404. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to leave, the 16 old fellows panicked and urged him to stay. Young Master Xianyuan, please stay, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Yes, let's talk nicely, even if we doubt young Master Xianyuan's alchemy skills. We just want young Master to stay and discuss the path of alchemy with you. That's right, in our Emperor Xian starfield, there's a whole set of alchemy techniques from the prehistoric era. If you're interested, we're willing to take it out for you to study. This set of alchemy techniques is all-encompassing and extremely complex. If you want to study it thoroughly, I'm afraid you'll need a lot of time. Young Master Xianyuan, why don't you stay in our Emperor Xian starfield temporarily, and we'll study it with you slowly? If that's the case. I'm indeed quite interested in alchemy. If that's the case, then lead the way. Since he'd already said so much, Yi Xian didn't continue pretending. He stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. In the end, he waved his hand, turned around, and flew into the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Seeing that he had finally agreed to stay for the time being, the 16 emperors of the Xian Emperor Starfield heaved a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, they immediately flew out and led the way, leading Yi Xian to the distant space in front of them. A large planet with life. At this time, Yi Xian, the 7 great gorgeous cultivators, and the elephant fox Sable had all returned to the demon dragon imperial carriage. However, they didn't enter the inner space of the carriage. They waited in the front yard of the carriage that was covered by the dense fog. With a thought, they controlled the carriage and turned it into one. Controlling the carriage, they shot out a black light. After a while, the group entered the atmosphere of this huge life star. The 16 emperors leading the way landed in a huge valley. The environment was beautiful, and the spiritual energy was dense. They should be one of the 4 half-step emperors. It was one of the emperor's cave dwelling. Rumble. A huge rumble resounded, and the ground shook slightly. The demonic dragon carriage landed on one side of the huge valley. Immediately after, the 9 demonic dragons transformed into black lights and entered the carriage's space under Yi Xian's control. Only the demonic dragon was left on the ground of the valley. It looked like a small house with a front courtyard. Moreover, there was a curtain formed by dense immortal mist. It had an antique feel, and its artistic conception was quite compatible with this valley with oppressive spiritual energy. Close. Xiao. The foggy front yard was retracted, and the 7 gorgeous cultivators returned to the carriage's space. Only Yi Xian walked out of the carriage with the elephant fox Martin on his shoulder. The treasure-seeking mouse bloodline in the old man's body was probably causing trouble again. His nose twitched slightly, and he looked around from time to time. He looked shifty and seemed to be itching to make a move. However, in front of Yi Xian and the 16 undying emperors, he didn't dare to have any ideas about their treasures in their lair. In the end, he didn't act impulsively and shoot away. Young Master Xianyuan, this jade scroll contains the complete pill-making technique passed down by the tribe of the Emperor Xian Starfield. Please take a look, Xiao. Just as he walked out of the imperial carriage, the leader of the 4 half-step emperors, Zhao Dong, quickly walked over and respectfully cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. Just as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a green light shot towards Yi Xian. This was obviously a jade scroll. Yi Xian casually received it and scanned it with his divine sense. With his powerful divine sense of the titled Emperor realm, he was able to instantly imprint everything recorded in the jade slip. In an instant, a single data file was formed in the devouring system's database. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, the azure jade slip was returned to its original state by Yi Xian. It shot out and once again fell into Zhao Dong's hands. After that, Yi Xian nodded and said, "This pill-making technique is indeed not bad, but I only scanned it briefly. I'll have to study it later, I'm afraid it'll take a long time. You don't have to wait here. After I'm done, I'll come out of seclusion." Speaking to this point, Yi Xian paused and pondered for a while before saying, Fine. I'm not one to take advantage of others. I've just taken a look at your tribe's pill-making technique, so I can't just not do anything, Xiao. Xiao. Before he finished, he suddenly waved his hand and 16 rays of light shot out from his palm towards the 16 emperors. After arriving in front of them, the light abruptly stopped and floated in the air in front of the 16 of them. Shockingly, it was the 8-colored divine medicine that Yi Xian had just refined on the spot. Each one of them had a circumference of 3,000 feet. Added together, they were like a small mountain. However, compared to the mountain-like amount that Yi Xian had just refined, it was nothing. See. These are 8-colored godly medicines? Master Xian Yuan, these 8-colored godly medicines, are they for us? How can they be used? They're too precious. Yi Xian's actions caused the 16 emperors to be stunned. Soon after, expressions of wild joy appeared on their faces as they cried out involuntarily. Although they were all emperors, and there were even 4 emperors who were half-step emperors at the peak of Emperor level 9, and because the pill-making technique passed down in Emperor Xian's galaxy was almost complete, all of them could refine the light purple and gold flesh. Great medicine. In fact, after Yi Xian had bestowed him with a pure, transparent undying flame, Zhao Dong had even refined a furnace of even better quality top-grade flesh and blood medicine with a dense purple-gold color on the spot. However, even this furnace of pure purple-gold top-grade flesh medicine could only be considered a treasure medicine at most. It was still a far cry from the multicolored divine medicine. And right now, what Yi Xian had given them wasn't a normal 3-colored or 4-colored medicine. Instead, it was a high-quality 8-colored medicine. Although each person was only given 1,000 cubic meters, and it might not be enough for them to directly break through, once they consumed it and refined it, their cultivation would greatly improve. It was a matter of fact that it was a done deal. Even to the point that other than the 4 half-step emperors, the other 8 who hadn't even reached the pinnacle emperor level could break through a small level because of this. It was no wonder they were so excited when they were caught off guard. Isn't it just 1,000 cubic meters of 8-colored medicine? Why are you so excited? Look at you guys. Yi Xian impatiently rolled his eyes when he saw the inexplicably excited expressions of the 16 emperors. He waved his hand, turned around, and walked into the imperial carriage. All right, go into seclusion and test the effects of these 8-colored divine medicines. If nothing goes wrong, there should be 6 or 7 of you who can break through a small level or 2. Chapter 4405. As the fog curtain of the demonic dragon carriage was lowered, the restriction was activated. Yi Xian immediately sat down in the front courtyard. After the restriction was activated, Yi Xian could still see the scene outside through the fog curtain. However, from the outside, not only could the naked eye not see through the fog curtain, but even the detection of divine consciousness would be recognized as an intruder. At that time, the 9 demonic dragons that had entered the space inside the carriage would immediately rush out and kill the intruder. As for the demonic dragon carriage, after being refined by Yi Xian again, its grade had been upgraded. It had turned from a treasure of the primordial era to a treasure of the primordial era. Its defense and attack power were extremely shocking. Even emperors would not be able to touch it. Therefore, although there were still 16 emperors of the Xian Emperor Starfield in the valley outside, Yi Xian did not take them seriously at all. He did not care at all, temporarily stopped the derivation of the perfect formula for the level 25 pill. After sitting down, Yi Xian immediately gave a new order to the devouring system in his body. At the same time, immediately start a comprehensive derivation of the previous secret formula of the elixir refinement, as well as the complete secret formula of the Xian Emperor Starfield. Do your best to integrate it as soon as possible. Finally, the perfect secret formula of the elixir refinement. After giving the order, Yi Xian pondered for a while. Then, he stood up and directly entered the space inside the carriage of the demonic dragon carriage. As soon as he entered, Ancestor Shur, Drought Demon, and the rest of the 7 primordial era beautiful cultivators surrounded him. Meanwhile, the elephant fox Martin on his shoulder leaped to the ground in front of him and looked up at Yi Xian eagerly. I've already obtained the complete secret formula of the Xian Emperor Starfield. You don't have to go out and show off in front of me for the time being. It's more important to improve your cultivation. After nodding, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand before he finished speaking. A total of 8 fine lights were shot out by him. In the blink of an eye, they stopped in the void in front of Drought Demon, the 7 primordial era cultivators, and the elephant fox Martin. They quietly hovered in the void. This was none other than the 8-color divine medicine. It emitted a powerful energy aura that was dazzling. However, each of the 7 beauties had 10,000 cubic meters of divine herbs in front of them. Their cultivation had reached the perfection stage of the 9th Order Emperor Realm, Half-Step Emperor Realm. With these 10,000 cubic meters of divine herbs, they might be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. As for the elephant fox ferret, Yi Xian only gave him 1,000 cubes. After all, his cultivation was still weak, so he wouldn't be able to use it for a while. Thank you, Master. 8-color divine medicine. It's been a long time since I've tasted it. Let's hope that I can successfully recover my Emperor Realm cultivation this time, Master. We're going into seclusion. Seeing these 8-color divine medicines, the 7 beautiful cultivators were pleasantly surprised. They immediately thanked Yi Xian with a smile and put away the 8-color divine medicines. Then, they turned around and left. The elephant fox ferret did the same. Their figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. All of them went into seclusion in the depths of the room and found a place to cultivate. Yi Xian didn't leave. He turned around and swept his gaze around. In the end, his figure flashed and he found a relatively wide valley nearby. He directly sat down cross-legged in the center of the valley. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In the next moment, as he waved his hand, a faint sound of something tearing through the air rang out one after another. Rays of light shot out one after another before finally stopping at a low altitude in front of Yi Xian. Shockingly, they were all top-notch cultivation resources that were rarely seen in the outside world. This included the all-evil origin liquid and several special resources that he had obtained in the primordial chaos void. As for the 8-color divine medicine that he had just refined this time, he also took out a large amount of it. There were a total of 1,000 cubic meters. Finally, there was also the leg of a primordial almighty bird that he had roasted until it was golden yellow with the Shinong 8-colored flames. These cultivation resources were all prepared by Yi Xian for this breakthrough. They were shockingly valuable. Right now, he was already a martial monarch, and every small breakthrough was extremely difficult. If it was anyone else, they would have wanted to use countless top-notch resources to forcefully push their cultivation up, but they wouldn't have been able to do so. At this moment, all of the cultivation resources that he had prepared were compressed into a small ball by the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain. Then, as Yi Xian opened his mouth, it shot out, directly rushing into his mouth and down his throat. Very quickly, all of the cultivation resources that were swallowed into his body melted and quickly condensed into a majestic river of energy that began to circulate through the meridians in Yi Xian's body. After that, everything went on as usual. Under the control and guidance of Yi Xian's divine sense, this blazing river of energy quickly flowed through his limbs and bones according to the mysteries of the ancient Dongshu tactics, completing one great cycle after another. At the same time, a thick shackle chain appeared in Yi Xian's body. Because he was now a martial emperor, the shackle chain that appeared was incomparably thick and was obviously not easy to shake. However, this time, he had swallowed 1,000 cubic meters of 8-color divine medicine and other top-grade cultivation resources. Yi Xian was still very confident in his breakthrough. In the end, it was impossible to say how many cycles had been completed. After the river of energy was completely refined, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He immediately activated the true essence river in his meridians and fiercely collided with the incomparably thick shackles. Go! Clang! There was no suspense. After the sound of metal colliding, the shackle chain broke. The next moment, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the next level of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current level, 2nd level Emperor Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the next level of the physical body. Current level, 2nd level Emperor Immortal. 2nd level Emperor Immortal. Not long ago, when Yi Xian had just broken through to the 7th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability, he would have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level Emperor Immortal. This time, following his breakthrough in cultivation, if Yi Xian were to activate the devil ape's bloodline and not use the 9 transformations of the devil ape, his cultivation would reach the 3rd level of the immortal Emperor realm. This was already the beginning of the Emperor realm. The pinnacle of the Emperor realm. And if he directly entered the 7th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations, his pinnacle battle power would rise again, surpassing the Emperor realm and reaching the 1st level of the Universe Knight, and, in the 7th transformation state, due to the 100 million Zhangtal demonic ape true body, the blood energy in his body would be so majestic that it would make one's hair stand on end. Therefore, in that state, if Yi Xian were to encounter an ordinary level 1 universe sovereign, he would be able to crush them. Even a level 2 universe sovereign would be able to fight against him. Universe Knight, Universe Master, Universe Supreme, Primordial Supreme, and Primordial Supreme. These were the last 5 levels of cultivation. Chapter 4406. 2nd Level Emperor. After entering the 7th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape Transformation Bloodline Technique, Yi Xian's cultivation level finally touched the last 5 realms. He now had the terrifying power of a 1st level Universe Knight. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Although there were as many emperors as there were dogs in the Hongmeng Void, there were only 2 or 3 Universe Knights or Universe Masters guarding the most powerful Forbidden Lands. With Yi Xian's previous power, under the 7 Devil Ape transformation, he only had the power of a late-stage emperor. In the Hongmeng Void and the surrounding areas of the Milky Way star field, he could only tread carefully with his tail between his legs. But now, he could at least touch the level of a Universe Knight, and his confidence was obviously not the same as before. If he met a Universe Master, he would have nothing to say and run away immediately. But if he only alarmed a Universe Knight, he might be able to fight. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian calculated the time. Only then did he realize that more than 10 days had passed. This time, he had broken through for quite some time. After all, he was already at the titled Emperor realm, which was far different from before. It seemed that in the future, the stronger he was, the longer it would take to break through. Even if it was only a small level, it could easily take months, or even years. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Just as he was sighing, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. The system's calculation was completed. In the past 10 days or so, the devouring system within Yi Xian's body had done its best to calculate and integrate the secret refining method that Yi Xian had originally grasped with the secret refining method that he'd just obtained from the remnant tribes of the Xianhuang Star region. In the end, he deduced an even more perfect refinement method. Previously, although Yi Xian had obtained the refining technique of the Xian Emperor Star Field, and claimed to be the complete version, the system was too huge, and the various branches were too complicated. If he wanted to study it carefully, even with the help of the devouring system in his body, it would take a lot of time. Force assistance. He would need a very long time to fully grasp it. But now, the system had deduced and integrated a brand new alchemy method. Not only was it more concise, it was more perfect, and its power was much stronger. Yi Xian immersed his mind and spirit in it. In just one day, he had completely understood and mastered it. This is a truly perfect secret technique. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. His tone was filled with excitement as he subconsciously clenched his fists. With a brand new secret technique, the effects of refining the flesh and blood medicine will definitely be even better. This way, it will be beneficial to his future cultivation strength. His improvement is of great significance. Now that this matter is over, it's time to leave. At this point, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He stood up and rushed out of the room. His figure appeared in the front courtyard of the demon dragon's carriage. With a wave of his hand, the curtain formed by the dense fog opened. He stepped out of the carriage and appeared outside. The void on the other side. The valley was quiet. Perhaps it was because the invisible pressure emitted by the demon dragon was too strong, but the experts inside this star did not dare to get too close to it. They did not even dare to enter the valley. As for the 16 emperors from the Xian Emperor Starfield, most of them were still in closed-door training. It was rare for them to encounter such a rare 8-colored god medicine. Naturally, they were excited and couldn't help but want to enter closed-door training to test it out. Human effects. Seeing this, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. He immediately turned and returned to the demon dragon's carriage and left. This Xian Emperor Star region was the gathering place of the survivors of the primordial era. As for the fierce beast flesh and blood that Yi Xian needed to refine the flesh and blood medicine, as well as the fierce beast blood essence needed to refine the various levels of precious medicines, they all needed to be obtained from the fierce beasts of space. Although there were quite a few ferocious beasts in the Xian Emperor Star region, on the one hand, these ferocious beasts were all half raised by the remnants of the primordial era in the Xian Emperor Star region. Yi Xian had just obtained the complete secret alchemy technique passed down by the tribe, so it was really not good for him to deal with them anymore. Beasts. On the other hand, his current cultivation level was getting higher and higher. The blood and essence of the beasts he needed were at least king level. Even though there were many beasts in the Xian Emperor Starfield, there were many king-level beasts. However, if a strong warrior like Yi Xian was allowed to kill as he pleased, they would all be wiped out in no time. This was also a little too cruel. Hence, he could only choose to leave. What's more, his original goal in entering the Xian Emperor Starfield was to obtain the alchemy method from the ancient survivors. Now that he had achieved his goal, what was there to stay? Young Master Xian Yuan, just as Yi Xian turned and was about to enter the demon dragon's carriage, a familiar voice sounded from the right. Turning around, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Yin demon race were flying over. Behind them, there were other upper echelons of the Yin demon race who were rushing in different directions. From the looks of it, they seemed to be calling for help. Yi Xian frowned as he didn't understand what was going on. However, he stopped and turned around to look at Yin Emperor and the rest. He didn't say anything and waited for Yin Emperor to continue. This old man was quite crazy in the past. Even though they were old acquaintances, Yi Xian and Yin Emperor had always been enemies. Hence, even though they met in this void fragment of the wilderness, they didn't feel like they had met an old friend in a foreign land. Young Master Xian Yuan, the Doyens have instructed us to inform them as soon as you come out of seclusion. When they arrived in front of Yi Xian, the group of upper echelons of the Yin demon race stopped a few hundred meters away. Patriarch Yin Emperor had a vigilant expression, but his expression was very respectful. He cupped his fists and explained the reason to Yi Xian. Now, someone has already gone to inform the Doyens. Young Master Xian Yuan, please wait for a while. If there are no accidents, they should be here soon. The Doyens he was talking about were obviously Zhao Dong and the rest of the 16 emperors. In Emperor Xian's Starfield, the leaders of the various tribes had formed a Doyens Association. Those who could enter the Doyens Association and become one of the Doyens in the Starfield were all emperors. Hearing Yin Emperor's words, Yi Xian was speechless. It seemed that it wouldn't be good for him to leave so soon. After all, he had just obtained the secret medicine refinement technique from the other tribe. Even though Zhao Dong and the rest didn't have the ability to force Yi Xian to stay, Yi Xian couldn't do that. Luckily, there wasn't any other urgent matter. After giving them some instructions, he could just leave. Thinking of this, he nodded and didn't say anything else. He didn't enter the demonic dragon carriage and just stayed in the valley for the time being. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the sound of space breaking could be heard from all around the valley. Zhao Dong and the rest of the 16 emperors appeared one after another. Chapter 4407. Not only do I have some experience and comprehension, but I have fully comprehended it and made some improvements. Now, my medicine refining technique is truly perfect, Yi Xian nodded. He didn't intend to hide anything and told them the truth. However, Zhao Dong and the others clearly did not believe this. They looked at each other and exchanged glances, but their expressions were all somewhat strange. Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes. Fine. Since you don't believe me, I'll refine another batch of 8-colored godly medicine for you to see. Then, without waiting for Zhao Dong and the others to respond, he waved his hand. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next moment, with a thought from him, Yi Xian directly took out the remains of 108 primordial creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. At the same time, there were also a large number of top-grade precious materials and medicines. As for the spring water used to refine medicine, it was just as extravagant this time. He used a mixture of innate cold liquid and dark furnace lotion to replace it. Rumble. Rumble, Xiao. Just as the 16 emperors were stunned by what they saw, Yi Xian waved his hand again. Rumbling noises echoed. An energy cauldron made of the Shenong 8-colored flame rose from the flame pool. Shi Yan pulled it out of the Shenong cauldron and took it out. It floated in the air in front of the valley. After that, the sound of air breaking could be heard. All the materials floating in the air automatically flew into the huge cauldron made of Shenong 8-colored flames. They melted and mixed together in the blink of an eye. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! Before they could recover from their shock, the dense sound of something breaking through the void rang out again. As Yi Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies, obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Their might could be said to cover the heavens and the earth. They were densely packed, and their numbers were so great that it made one's hair stand on end. All the obscure runes were the perfect medicine concocting formula that Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, had just mastered. At this moment, as they fell into the 8-colored cauldron, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was completely refined. It was so fast that time was almost negligible. This time, Yi Xian even used the pure Shenong 8-colored flame to refine the great medicine. In terms of the flesh and blood materials used, it was still the same as last time. The lowest level was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of them were at the quasi-desolate ancient realm. Now that the great medicine was successfully refined, countless auspicious phenomena of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void. Zhongqing appeared. Ing! Roar! For a moment, the phantoms of the true dragon and true phoenix all rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring. Boom! Almost in the next instant, a huge roar sounded, and the 8-colored cauldron in the void ahead bloomed with boundless treasure light. In an instant, it turned into specks of 8-colored light and was collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand, throwing into the flame pool of the Shenong cauldron domain volcano in his body. This cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. At this moment, as the 8-colored flame cauldron disappeared, there was only a large pot of 8-colored top-grade flesh medicine left in the void ahead of him. Its 8-colored light was so dense that it couldn't be dissolved. Compared to the 8-colored godly medicine that Yi Xian had refined earlier, its grade was half a level higher. Although it hadn't reached the level of 9-colored godly medicine, it was definitely at the peak of 8-colored godly medicine. The medicinal effect of this cauldron of 8-colored divine medicine was clearly stronger than before. As for its size, it was also like a huge mountain peak, incomparably huge. It also emitted a dense energy aura, making it impossible to look at. Following this scene, the 16 emperors who were watching from afar opened their eyes wide, their breathing rapid, and their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Exclamations could be heard at this moment. Peak of 8-colored. This is definitely the peak of 8-colored godly medicine, just a hair's breadth away from the level of 9-colored godly medicine. This is simply unbelievable. He clearly used 8-colored godly flames, but the flesh medicine that was refined almost reached the level of 9-colored godly medicine. This is simply shocking. Even in legends, it has never appeared before. This refinement, young Master Xianyuan used the same flames and materials as before, but the medicinal formula used during the refinement was different. The final quality of the flesh medicine that was refined was much higher than before, and it was half a level higher. This can only mean one thing. There is a problem. That's young Master Xuanyuan's attainments in the refinement of flesh and blood medicine. Compared to a dozen days ago, there's already a world of difference. Could it be that he really comprehended the refinement technique of our Emperor Xian galaxy and even perfected it? What kind of talent is this? This is too shocking. Is this a perfect level refinement technique? If we can master it, doesn't it mean that, even if we only use the pure, transparent undying flame, we can refine godly medicine that surpasses treasured medicine? Even if it's just 1-colored godly medicine. Young Master Xianyuan, please don't be stingy, we will be eternally grateful. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. Without waiting for the 16 emperors to finish speaking, Yi Xian lightly smiled. He raised his hand and pointed towards them from afar. As he pointed, 16 finger-sized weak lights shot towards Zhao Dong and the others. In the blink of an eye, they entered their foreheads and vanished. The information within these 16 rays of light was the most perfect version that Yi Xian had managed to deduce with the help of the devouring system in his body, the secret alchemy technique that he'd already mastered, and the complete secret alchemy technique that was passed down in the Xianhuang star region. It was simpler and more direct, and its effects were stronger too. At this moment, as the 16 lights shot towards them and entered their foreheads, Zhao Dong and the others were stunned for a moment before revealing expressions of glee. The 16 emperors all closed their eyes and began to study. Previously, Yi Xian had spent an entire day comprehending the perfect secret alchemy technique that the system had deduced. However, for Zhao Dong and the others, it was obvious that they didn't need that long. This perfect version was basically based on the complete refinement technique of the Emperor Xian galaxy, with only a few improvements and additions. Yi Xian didn't understand the complete secret alchemy technique passed down in the Xian Emperor star region, so it took him so long to comprehend it. However, Zhao Dong and the others, who already knew the complete secret alchemy technique, had an easier time learning it than him. The speed of comprehending this perfect version was also much faster. Chapter 4408. After they finished comprehending the perfect version, a light flashed in the eyes of Zhao Dong and the others. Their breathing immediately quickened, and their faces were filled with excitement. The four of them exchanged glances and didn't hesitate any longer. At the same time, they cupped their hands towards Yi Xian and bowed. It was a big gesture. The words that came out of his mouth were also filled with boundless gratitude. I didn't expect young Master Xianyuan to be so talented in alchemy. We were too impulsive and disrespectful. Please forgive us. That's right. We did have some doubts about young Master Xuanyuan's alchemy ability. However, it seems ridiculous now. You should know that the secret method of alchemy in Emperor Xian Galaxy has been passed down for countless years. It has been perfected many times. Even we think that it is perfect. I didn't expect young Master Xianyuan to make such significant changes and improvements in just a few days. I'm impressed. More importantly, after young Master Xuanyuan's improvements, the secret method of alchemy is the perfect version. It means a lot to the survivors of Emperor Xian Galaxy. Previously, we were already wild with joy when we were able to refine a light purple and golden flesh medicine that was only in the category of precious medicine. But now, this old man is confident that he can also refine a true divine medicine. Zhao Dong turned and exchanged glances with the other 15 people. Then, he cupped his hands to Yi Xian again and said, "Young Master Xianyuan, please take a look." Whoosh. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Dong no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in the void not far from his right. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hand. A huge cauldron appeared in his hand. It was huge and looked like a giant mountain. It exuded an ancient aura. It was the same cauldron that he had used to refine the flesh medicine. At this moment, as the huge cauldron soared into the sky, the sound of thunder could be heard from it. In the next moment, with a thought from Zhao Dong, the lid of the cauldron immediately opened. With a wave of his hand, a large number of top-grade precious herbs and materials from fierce beasts were taken out by him and flew directly into the cauldron. This time, the materials that Zhao Dong took out were also taken from starry sky ferocious beasts that were above the immortal realm. However, most of them were titled emperors and titled marquises. The most powerful ones were only titled emperors, and there were very few of them. Most of them were titled emperors. It was the same material that he had used to refine the last time. This was clearly done on purpose. Soon, after all the refining materials were put into the cauldron, Zhao Dong waved his hand and closed the lid of the cauldron. He made a gesture in his hand, and a pure and transparent eternal void flame with a radius of 100 meters shot out. The transparent imperishable flame quickly shot through the wall of the cauldron and rushed into the cauldron. Then, Zhao Dong's hands began to change rapidly. Complicated alchemy hand seals danced between his fingers, and as these hand seals were formed, streaks of light of different colors also flew out from his fingertips, rushed forward, and entered the treasure cauldron. But this time, the alchemy hand seals he used were different from before. Previously, he used the complete alchemy secret method passed down in Emperor Xian Galaxy. But this time, he used the perfect alchemy method that he had just obtained from Yi Xian. Because the flame that Zhao Dong used to refine the flesh medicine this time was the best quality transparent imperishable flame that he had never obtained before. In addition, the alchemy secret method had reached perfection. Therefore, this time's refining process was much smoother than before. Everything could be described as a matter of course. After half a day, Zhao Dong's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and directly took out the remaining transparent imperishable flame from the treasure cauldron, and carefully put it away. Then, he opened the lid of the giant cauldron, immersed his divine thought in, and took out the flesh medicine that had already been refined in the cauldron. Swish! With a whistling sound, the treasure cauldron was put away by Zhao Dong. What was left in the void in front of him was a fleshy medicine with a radius of 1,000 meters. Last time, the flesh medicine that Zhao Dong refined was a faint purple gold color. Once it entered the purple gold color, it was considered to have reached the category of treasure medicine. Even this kind of flesh medicine, Zhao Dong had never refined it before, so that time, he could be said to be wild with joy. At this moment, as the fleshy medicine with a radius of 1,000 meters came out of the cauldron, Zhao Dong's face did not show the slightest hint of joy, but was extremely calm. But this did not mean that the quality of the flesh medicine he refined this time was inferior to the previous one. In fact, it was the opposite. If what Zhao Dong had refined last time was a faint purplish gold treasured flesh medicine, then this time, what Zhao Dong had refined was a divine flesh medicine of a higher grade that surpassed the treasured medicine category. But it was only a divine medicine of one color. This so-called one color was a transparent color that almost did not exist. This was because the top-grade heavenly flame that Zhao Dong used to refine this fleshy medicine was a pure transparent imperishable flame. The flesh medicine was divided into 3 major levels. Ordinary great medicines, flesh and blood treasured medicines, as well as flesh and blood divine medicines. The peak of ordinary great medicine was a rich gold color. Flesh treasured medicines were purplish gold in color. Light purplish gold was normal grade, while dense, pure purplish gold was pinnacle grade treasured medicines. As for flesh medicine, it was divided into many levels, a total of 9. If there was only one color, it was a one-color divine medicine. If there were 2 colors, it was a 2-color divine medicine. And so on, the best quality divine medicine was a 9-color divine medicine. The refinement of flesh medicine was influenced by many factors, but there was one condition that must be met, and that was that the flame used to refine it must be a top-grade heavenly flame. But it did not mean that using a top-grade heavenly flame to refine a flesh medicine would definitely produce a real flesh medicine, even if it was only a one-color divine medicine. The top-grade heavenly flame was only a prerequisite, but there were many other requirements, such as the refinement material must not be too bad, and the secret refinement method must not have too many flaws, and so on. Previously, Zhao Dong already had the pure transparent imperishable flame, which could be considered a top-grade heavenly flame, and the materials used to refine the flesh medicine were passable. But the reason why he did not refine a real flesh medicine was only a faint purple gold color. It was a treasured flesh medicine, and an ordinary one at that. The reason was that the so-called complete secret refinement method passed down in the Emperor Xianhuang Galaxy did indeed have many deficiencies and flaws. But now, these deficiencies and flaws had been made up and perfected by Yi Xian with the help of the devouring system in his body. That was why the scene before them had appeared, at this moment, as Zhao Dong successfully refined a furnace of one-colored flesh and blood divine medicine in front of everyone. The entire Spirit Chi Valley fell into a dead silence in an instant. Chapter 4409. With a whoosh, the cauldron of one-colored godly medicine was successfully refined. Whether it was Qian Nan and the other 15 Undyings, or the Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the other upper echelons of the Yin Demon clan, it was as if they had made an agreement. Everyone turned their heads to look at Yi Xian, they held their breaths, widened their eyes, and blushed. Immediately after that, with Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3 emperors at the peak of the 9th stage, the 16 emperors from the Xian Emperor Starfield all knelt down on one knee. They cupped their fists at Yi Xian, and they were extremely emotional. Their words were filled with expectation and sincerity. Young Master Xianyuan has helped us to perfect the medicine refinement technique passed down in our tribe. This is the grace of a new lease on life. That's right. We never expected to be able to refine flesh godly medicine one day, but today, all of this has come true because of young Master Xianyuan. When it comes to cultivation, we can't compare to young Master Xianyuan, and we have nothing to repay you with. We can only follow you and be at your beck and call. Young Master Xianyuan, we are willing to follow you. The last sentence was shouted out by Zhao Dong and the rest of the 16 people at the same time. After they finished speaking, they cupped their fists and knelt on one knee. They eagerly looked at Yi Xian and waited for his response. Seeing this, not only was Yi Xian dumbfounded, but even Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the other higher-ups of the Yin Demon clan, who were standing behind Zhao Dong and the others, were shocked. Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the others were also incomparably shocked by Zhao Dong's sudden and smooth refinement of a cauldron of divine medicine. However, the reason why they were the same as Zhao Dong and the other 16 undying emperors was because they turned to look at Yi Xian at the same time. It was just a subconscious action. However, now that they saw Zhao Dong and the others kneel on one knee and pledge their allegiance to him, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the others were indeed very surprised. These were 16 powerful emperors, and 4 of them had even reached the peak of the 9th stage of the emperor level, which was equivalent to a half-emperor. One more step, and they would become titled emperors. However, at this time, they all knelt down at the same time and pledged their allegiance. This was simply too shocking. After being stunned for a short while, Yin Qi, Yin Emperor, and the rest of the Yin Demon clan's higher-ups exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Without hesitation, they followed Zhao Dong's lead and knelt down on one knee with cupped fists. Although no words came out of their mouths, there was no doubt what they meant. Looking at the figures kneeling in front of him, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. In an instant, he fell into a dilemma. It was impossible for him to remain unmoved when Zhao Dong and the others represented the entire Xian Emperor Starfield in surrendering to him. Of them on the other of them, 4 emperors, and 4 on the other hand, were half-emperors, and of them, 4 of them were half-emperors, and would be emperors. Of them would be emperors. Of them would be half-emperors. Of them could be emperors. Were emperors level. And they would be. Were half-emperors. Were. At that time, Yi Xian would undoubtedly have 4 more emperors under his command. Moreover, judging from the expressions and words of Zhao Dong and the others, they were clearly sincere. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask Yi Xian to take them in. This was different from the ferocious beast powerhouses that Yi Xian had forcibly subdued by force when he swept through the starry sky forbidden lands. There was basically no need to worry about their loyalty. Basically, the overall strength of the Emperor Xianyuan Emperor Star region was actually above the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In fact, it wasn't just a little bit stronger, but a lot stronger. If he could take this powerful force under his command and bring them to the forbidden land of Rising Sun to guard it, then the black hole entrance to the primordial void would be even safer. Before Yi Xian left the forbidden land of Rising Sun this time, he had used the method of bestowing some emperor-level pellets to forcibly elevate the ferocious beast kings who were at the peak of the 9th stage of the emperor level. However, they were only first-stage emperors after all, and their cultivation was still too weak. If they were to encounter a mid-stage or late-stage emperor, they wouldn't be a match at all. That person could single-handedly overturn the entire forbidden land of Rising Sunday. However, if the survivors of the Emperor Xianyuan Emperor Star region were to join them, this problem would no longer exist. Yi Xian could leave the forbidden land of Rising Sun without any worries, whether it was to enter the primordial void or travel in the starry sky of the primordial void fragment. He might as well temporarily return to the 3 main starry skies of the modern realm and make other arrangements. When that time comes, he wouldn't have to worry about the black hole vortex leading to the primordial void being occupied by other forces. Of course, in the primordial void fragment, the survivors of the primordial void and the ferocious beasts had always been at odds with each other. Since ancient times, they had always been at odds with each other. It would be a headache to have the countless ferocious beasts of the forbidden land of rising sun and the primordial survivors of the Emperor Xianyuan Emperor Star region live in peace in the starry sky of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. However, it wasn't impossible to solve this problem. Yi Xian was quite confident about this. It could be said that Yi Xian was very tempted to take in all the primordial survivors of the Emperor Xianyuan Emperor Star region as his subordinates. However, if he wanted to complete this task, he would first have to tell them the truth and sound out Zhao Dong and the other 16 people's opinions. If this matter couldn't be done, then he would have to give up on it. It would save him the trouble of bringing them to the forbidden land of rising sun and then turning against each other. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian organized his words. After a short moment of silence, he sighed faintly and said, "If you want me to take you in as my subordinates, it's not impossible. However, if you want to follow me, you can't stay in the Emperor Xianyuan Emperor Star region. I'm afraid all the survivors and powerhouses here will have to migrate en masse and follow me to a new place to live. If that's the case, you'll have to bear the pain of rearing ferocious beasts on the star regions of the Emperor Xianyuan Emperor Star region. You'll have to kill all the ferocious beasts that are used to refine pills and blood materials. You can't possibly migrate en masse and bring a large number of ferocious beasts with you, right? I'm afraid you won't be able to fulfill these requirements. Moreover, this isn't the end of it. It's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that if you want to follow me, all of you, including the countless survivors of the Emperor Xian Starfield, will have to try and get used to living peacefully with the ferocious beasts of the universe, or even get along well with them." At this point, Yi Xian spread his hands and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Take note, when I say living in harmony, I don't mean trapping the ferocious beasts on the star regions of the Emperor Xianyuan Emperor Star region. Chapter 44:10. After hearing what Yi Xian had to say, Zhao Dong and the other emperors from the Xian Emperor Starfield looked at each other in confusion as they asked one after another, "Young Master Xianyuan, since we've decided to follow you, we naturally can't stay in the Xian Emperor Starfield any longer. It's only right that we lead our people to migrate." "That's right. Young Master comes from the mysterious primordial void. To us, the ancestral planet of the Milky Way galaxy Starfield is most likely the birthplace of our bloodline. Now that we've returned to our ancestral land with young Master, it's a joyous occasion. Since we're leaving, we'll naturally have to kill all the space beasts we've raised in the ferocious beast star field. We'll collect the useful flesh and blood materials so that we can use them to refine the great flesh medicine in the future. There's no problem with that, but what does young Master mean by coexisting peacefully with the ferocious beasts and fighting side by side? This clearly conflicts with what young Master said before, and we're all confused." Fine. I'll be frank with you." Yi Xian shook his head and sighed before continuing. "Do you know about the forbidden land of rising sun?" Zhao Dong and the others were stunned when he mentioned the forbidden land of rising sun, but they soon nodded one after another. In this galaxy that was billions of miles away, the only large-scale forbidden land of the Xian Emperor Starfield was the Xian Emperor Starfield. And the only large-scale forbidden land of rising sun was the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Although the two were separated by a great distance, they obviously knew of each other's existence. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out a level 24 Emperor treasure pill from his body and held it in his palm. After that, he continued, "Not long ago, I went to the forbidden land of rising sun and killed all 8 ferocious beast emperors there to refine 2 Emperor treasure pills. I swallowed one and broke through to the Emperor level. The other one is the one in my hand. However, the refinement of the Emperor's treasure pellet requires the physical qi and blood of a feral king, whereas the Emperor's treasure pellet requires the physical qi and blood of a feral king. I don't need the Emperor's treasure pellet, and that's why everyone in the forbidden land of rising star, the king of ferals, was never slain. After that, they sincerely surrendered. I was soft-hearted for a moment and helped them refine some level 23 Emperor pellets that could help them break through to the Emperor realm. I forcibly created a few feral emperors and had them guard the forbidden land of rising sun to look after it for me. The entrance to the primordial void. Do you understand now?" If you follow me, I will definitely bring you to the Rising Dawn Forbidden Land and guard the entrance to the primordial void with the beasts there. In the future, when the time is right, we will enter the primordial void in one go. In that case, if you can't coexist peacefully with the cosmic ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of Rising Sun and fight side by side, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Hearing this, Zhao Dong and the others came to a realization. They all looked at the level 24 Emperor's treasure pellet in Yi Xian's hand. Their eyes shone brightly as they cried out involuntarily, "What a dense Emperor realm aura!" Once this pellet is swallowed, it will definitely help a peak-level Emperor realm Great Perfection 9th stage smoothly break through in a short time. A level 24 Emperor's treasure pellet? A level 23 Emperor's treasure pellet? Heavens, young Master Xianyuan can actually refine such a miraculous pellet. Doesn't that mean, from now on, the path of cultivation will no longer have to worry about the shackles and bottlenecks of major realms? That's right. Once you reach the peak level Great Perfection 9th stage, you can break through in an instant by swallowing a pellet of the same level. Don't worry, young Master Xianyuan. We will definitely be able to coexist peacefully with the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. We will fight side by side and guard the entrance to the primordial void for young Master. We only hope that if young Master has the materials in the future, you can help us refine one Emperor's treasure pellet each. After the last sentence, the 16 emperors went silent. However, their eyes gleamed as they stared at Yi Xian, as though they were afraid he would reject them on the spot. If you all become my subordinates, I will naturally provide you with the various grades of pellets. However, I only have one Emperor's treasure pellet right now, and 4 of you have already reached the peak level Great Perfection 9th stage. It's not good to favor one over the other. Nodding, Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he said without hesitation, "Let's wait until we have 4 Emperor's treasure pellets before giving them out together." In truth, he had a total of 4 Emperor's treasure pellets. However, he couldn't give them out so easily, hence why he said that. Other than the Emperor's treasure pellet, I can also refine the Emperor's treasure pellet, Emperor's treasure pellet, Lord's treasure pellet and Undying's treasure pellet. Apart from all of you, all the remnant experts in the entire Xianhuang starfield will be able to obtain the corresponding level of elixir pills after they become my subordinates and reach a certain level of cultivation. Of course, this requires accumulating battle merits or collecting the ferocious beast's vital energy and blood materials needed to refine the pellets. Then, I will refine the pellets every once in a while. Then what are we waiting for? Hearing this, Zhao Dong and the others immediately became excited. After exchanging glances, they immediately got up and clasped their fists at Yi Xian. "Young Master Xianyuan, please wait for a few more days. We will immediately send out the order to the entire Emperor Xian starfield. All the Emperor Xian starfield's troops will be mobilized to slaughter all the ferocious beasts in the starfield." That's right. We are determined to follow young Master. Other than dealing with the ferocious beasts, we will also need some time to gather the various resources in the Emperor Xian starfield and bring them all away. In several large ferocious beast stars, there are still a few ferocious beast emperors who have broken through to the Emperor realm in the past 100 years. After killing them, we will collect their vital energy and blood and hand them over to young Master for safekeeping. In the future, we will use them to refine the Emperor's treasure pellet. After that, Zhao Dong and the others no longer hesitated. After seeing Yi Xian pondering for a while, they finally nodded. This clearly meant that he had approved of their request to surrender. In great joy, they immediately soared into the sky. After rushing out of the atmosphere of this life star, they scattered in the blink of an eye, roar, screech, rumble. Soon, in the vast void of the Emperor Xian starfield outside the star, the roars of the ferocious beasts and the roars of the Emperor Xian starfield had been heard one after another, accompanied by the rumbling sounds of battle. At first, it was only sporadic, but soon it became noisy everywhere. All kinds of rumbling thunder and explosions were like a tide, surging in overwhelmingly. Obviously, with the departure of Zhao Dong and the others, the entire vast Emperor Xian starfield had been fully mobilized. Countless powerhouses in the Emperor Xian starfield had moved out in full force, driving battleships and rushing to the surrounding ferocious beast stars. Chapter 44:11. According to Yi Xian's calculations, it would take at least a month for the remnant tribes in the Emperor Xian's star domain to be completely reorganized. After all, it was not just about reorganizing the tribe, but also killing all the ferocious beasts in the entire star domain. The entire Emperor Xian star domain was so vast that it would obviously take time. Yi Xian could not just wait here. After pondering for a while, he immediately turned around and entered the demonic dragon carriage. He once again entered the space within the carriage and returned to the small valley where he had been in seclusion before. Although he had just experienced a breakthrough, he had a huge amount of top-grade resources in his hands, especially the 8-color divine medicine that he had just refined. Its medicinal effect had already reached the peak of the 8-color divine medicine and was only a step away from becoming a 9-color divine medicine. A step away. With the help of a huge amount of top-grade cultivation resources, it should not be too difficult for him to forcefully break through a small level again. 1 month should be enough. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After entering the valley, Yi Xian immediately sat down cross-legged in the central area. In the next instant, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of faint air-breaking sounds could be heard. All kinds of top-grade cultivation resources were taken out from the undying world in his body one after another. Among them were the 8-color divine medicine that he had just refined, the all-evil origin liquid, and all kinds of rare top-grade precious materials and medicines. Among the breakthrough resources he had prepared this time, there was also a large piece of quasi-desolation almighty prehistoric creature's precious blood and flesh. It had been roasted into a golden color by the Shenong 7-colored flames and was overflowing with oil. With a thought, the Shenong cauldron's domain in his body was fully activated. All the cultivation resources in front of him were crushed by the power of the cauldron's domain and turned into small round beads in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian opened his mouth and swallowed them into his stomach. Soon, they turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat and rushed to his limbs and bones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom. Almost in the next instant, shackles appeared out of nowhere. From this moment on, Yi Xian's body seemed to have been turned upside down. The loud rattling sounds of the shackles did not stop for even a second. The blazing river of energy that had just formed flowed through the hundreds of meridians in his body, constantly shaking the newly formed shackles. Perhaps it was because he had just completed a breakthrough, but this time, when Yi Xian circulated the huge river of energy in his body that was formed from a sea of top-notch cultivation resources, it was extremely difficult for him to attack this new shackle that had just appeared. Furthermore, with each impact, the pain in his body would become even more intense. However, he didn't give up because of this, and he gradually calmed down his slightly restless mind. Subsequently, Yi Xian followed the ancient cave void tactics cultivation method route, and his divine sense carried the surging and majestic river of energy in his body, circulating repeatedly in his meridians. During this process, while refining this huge river of energy, he was also trying his best to accumulate as much energy as he could to attack the shackles once again. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, when this huge river of energy was completely refined and disappeared in Yi Xian's meridians, the true yuan in his body was obviously stronger than before. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian pushed his divine sense to the extreme and immediately launched a new round of attack. Clang! Along with the sound of metal clashing, the shackles that had appeared in his body were broken. Almost in the next instant, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again, ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the ancient cave void tactics. Current level, Level 3 Emperor Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the Qi and Blood body. Current level, Level 3 Emperor Immortal. Level 3 Emperor Immortal. Not long ago, when Yi Xian had just completed his breakthrough, if he had unleashed the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformations to the 7th transformation, he would have instantly reached the pinnacle battle power of a Level 1 Universe Knight. Now that he had another breakthrough, if he were to activate the demon ape bloodline and not use the 9 demon ape transformations, his strength would reach the level of a Level 4 Emperor Immortal, stepping into the middle stage of the Emperor realm. And if he were to enter the 7th transformation, his pinnacle battle power would rise again, reaching Level 2 Universe Knight. And, in the 7th transformation, the huge body of the 9 demonic ape would have a terrifying amount of chi and blood energy, which would increase his battle power by quite a bit. Therefore, in that state, Yi Xian wouldn't even be afraid of a 3rd-order venerable. He would be able to fight a 4th-order venerable. At his peak, he already has the ability to fight against a 3rd-order venerable. He can even win against a 4th-order venerable. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian's eyes instantly flashed with a bright light. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and for a moment, he was filled with pride. In that case, it's time to return to the primordial chaos void. This time, after bringing the tribe of the Xian Emperor Starfield back to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, I'll immediately enter the Hongmeng Starfield and wait for the chance to kill the emperors. I'll have to figure out the perfect formula for the level 25 treasure pill to break through to the Universe Night level soon. In that case, it is imperative that we hunt down the martial emperors and prepare for the refinement of the level 25 pellet. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately stood up and checked the time. This time, he had actually spent 28 days in closed-door cultivation. If nothing unexpected happened, the remnant tribes of the Xian Emperor Star region should have already finished their preparations and could set off immediately. Thinking about this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately left the room and walked out of the demon dragon carriage. As expected, he looked up and saw Zhao Dong and the other emperors of the Xian Emperor Starfield waiting in the valley outside. Master Xian Yuan, all the great beings of the Xian Emperor Starfield have finished their preparations. This time, we've obtained a large amount of chi and blood energy balls condensed from the bodies of the space beasts. They've all been stored in this storage treasure. Please accept them first, young master. When you're free, please make a batch of different level treasure pills for us. As for the great beings of the Xian Emperor Starfield and the resources like the battle ships, they've all been stored in our respective storage treasures. The entire Xian Emperor Starfield is empty, and only the 16 of us are left. If young master doesn't have any other matters, we can set off immediately. In other words, it was obvious that they were going to travel with Yi Xian to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. You can enter the demon dragon carriage first. Just wait in the front yard of the carriage. As for returning to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, I'll take care of it. Yi Xian didn't explain too much. After that, he immediately urged them to enter the demon dragon carriage. Zhao Dong and the other 16 exchanged glances. They didn't ask too much and immediately entered the carriage. However, they only stayed in the front yard and didn't dare to enter the space of the carriage. Chapter 44:12. Whoosh. As the interstellar coordinates were activated, Yi Xian's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye amidst the faint whistling sound of the wind. Almost in the next instant, when his figure appeared again, he had crossed hundreds of billions of miles in the starry sky and returned to the central star area of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Not far ahead was the miniature black hole star vortex that led into the primordial void. This was the second jump coordinate that Yi Xian had imprinted in this part of space. He did not enter the black hole star vortex immediately because the tribe of survivors from the Emperor Xian Starfield still needed to settle down. It was not suitable for them to enter the primordial void and meet up with Yi Xian's subordinates in the nest of chaos origins. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the demonic dragon chariot was summoned by Yi Xian. Then, with a thought, Zhao Dong and the other emperors of the Emperor Xian Starfield were summoned and appeared in front of Yi Xian. After waving his hand again and putting away the demonic dragon chariot, Yi Xian immediately activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. In an instant, he transformed from his human form into a 30-meter-tall demonic ape. However, he was still in the form of a violent ape of stars instead of having 3 heads and 6 arms. The ancient demonic ape. As a result, his cultivation base instantly rose from the 3rd-order Emperor realm to the 4th-order Emperor realm. He had stepped into the mid-stage Emperor realm from the early-stage Emperor realm. This scene gave Zhao Dong and the others a huge fright. Their faces were filled with bewilderment because they'd never seen Yi Xian appear in such a state before. Alright, it's me. This is my other identity. It's convenient for me to deal with the space beasts in the forbidden land of Rising Sun. Seeing the bewilderment in their eyes, Yi Xian immediately explained. Zhao Dong and the others immediately understood. Then, they all gasped, young master, your cultivation base. Wasn't it First Order Emperor realm before? Why are you at the Fourth Order Emperor realm now? This is too fast, isn't it? Huh. This is. There are so many planets with life. Every planet is filled with beasts in the Forbidden Land. Among them, there are 3 emperor beasts. Could this be the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun? But, it's only been an instant. How could it be so fast? The young master's attacks are truly extraordinary. He must have used some sort of secret technique that allowed him to teleport hundreds of billions of miles away in the blink of an eye. Although these 16 fellows were making a fuss out of nothing, their guesses were not wrong. Yi Xian's devouring system's interstellar coordinate jump ability basically meant this. On this matter, he didn't say much. Even on the matter of cultivation base improvement, he only said a few words perfunctorily. Because of the peak 8 colors flesh divine medicine, Zhao Dong and the others quickly thought it through and immediately sighed with admiration. Demon Master. It's Lord Demon Master, Lord Demon Cultivator is back. It was also at this moment that the voices of Dire Beast's divine senses came from the distant cosmic void. Turning around, it was the 3 Emperor Beasts, leading a group of King Beasts, who were shooting towards this direction. In truth, the countless dire beasts in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun had already sensed Yi Xian the moment he arrived. After all, he was an Emperor Realm expert. Even if he didn't do it deliberately, the Emperor Realm aura emanating from his body was shocking enough. However, these dire beasts of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun didn't know that Yi Xian had returned, so they didn't dare to show up in fear. It was only when they confirmed that Yi Xian had returned that they swarmed over excitedly. However, when they saw that there were actually more than a dozen remnant experts gathered around Yi Xian, and all of them were at the Emperor Realm, fear instantly appeared on the faces of the beasts that had swarmed over. In this fragmented void of the untainted land, the ferocious beasts of the starry sky and the experts of the remnant had always been incompatible. Now that 16 Emperor-level experts of the remnant had suddenly appeared in the rising star Forbidden Land, it was simply a catastrophe. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian was here and that his cultivation had already reached the Emperor Realm, he would have been able to completely crush these 16 Emperor Realm survivors. The surrounding beasts in the Forbidden Grounds would have already scattered in all directions in fear and fled without a trace. Very quickly, the group of vicious beast kings arrived in front of them under the lead of the 3 vicious beast emperors. After greeting Yi Xian, they all looked towards Zhao Dong and the others. The 16 Emperor Realm experts did the same, and the meaning in their eyes was quite thought-provoking. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became a little solemn. Yi Xian didn't have the time to mediate with them, and immediately introduced both sides briefly. Then, he directly issued orders that the astral dire beasts of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun must coexist peacefully with the Emperor Xuanhuang's dire beasts. Fight. Together, they would protect this vast star field. Otherwise, if someone dared to have second thoughts and go against him, Yi Xian would personally make a move and obliterate him. Under such dominance, whether it was the dire beasts of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun or Zhao Dong and the other Emperor Realm experts, all of them expressed their stance on the spot and negotiated the division of life stars in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. All of this fell into Yi Xian's eyes, and he was extremely satisfied. Then, as if thinking of something, he turned to the group of dire beasts and Emperor Realm experts gathered around him and said, "As I said before, I'll provide you with a batch of pills of various grades for breaking through to the next realm. I've gained a lot from this trip, and I've even obtained the dire beasts of the Emperor Xuanhuang's Forbidden Land. I'm sure I'll be able to refine a large batch of pills of various grades. This Star Lord will immediately carry out this matter. If nothing unexpected happens, the pills will be distributed to all of you in 2 or 3 days. When that time comes, this Star Lord will enter seclusion again, and the task of guarding the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun will be entrusted to all of you. With a total of 19 Emperor Realm experts holding the fort, and 4 half-step emperors among them, we won't have to fear even if a first-level Emperor Realm existence comes." Having said that, Yi Xian ignored Zhao Dong and the others who were overjoyed at the news, as well as the dire beasts who had gathered around him. With a flash of his figure, he instantly landed on the giant life star that belonged solely to him. He planned to use 3 days to condense all the dire beast's blood essence into dire beast's blood essence. Then, he would refine all the dire beast's blood essence into pills of various grades. After this batch of pills was distributed, Yi Xian would enter seclusion and use the shortest time and the fastest speed to deduce the perfect formula of the level 25 pill that could help him break through to the universe night realm. Chapter 44:13. Shenong Cauldron, Inner Space, at the bottom of the Central Domain volcano. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Streaks of dark light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the Central Domain volcano, directly appearing above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Suddenly, they paused for a moment and hovered there. Beads. These qi and blood beads were all formed by the remnant experts of the Xian Emperor Star region after killing countless fierce beasts in the Xian Emperor Star region. They were kept in a storage magic treasure and handed over to Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian took them all out, intending to condense them into various levels of fierce beast blood essence. If it was before, Yi Xian could only condense these qi and blood beads one by one according to their level. But now, he was an Emperor realm expert, and the Shenong strange flame had evolved into an 8-colored flame. He could completely put them together and condense them at the same time. Whoosh. In the next moment, below all the qi and blood beads, in the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Domain volcano, a majestic Shenong 7-colored flame roared up, instantly condensing into an 8-colored cauldron that was about 10 feet in radius. It was small and simple, revealing an extraordinary aura. As this small cauldron formed purely from the Shenong 8-colored flames took shape, the blood and qi beads of the beasts that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically and sank into this small cauldron that was only about 10 feet wide. From then on, the refinement of the fierce beast blood essence officially began. Unknowingly, time slowly passed. Boom. After about half a day, above the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Domain volcano, a loud roar suddenly sounded. The cauldron formed from the pure Shenong 8-colored flame instantly dissipated, and a river of 8-colored flames roared back into the flame pool below. What was left above the flame pool were countless blood-colored beads the size of a baby's fist. Although it was the same size as the fierce beast blood essence from before, it was completely different. The blood essence was blood red, and it emitted a dense qi and blood power. Although these beads were also the size of a baby's fist, they were dreamy and colorful, with a layer of halo on the surface. Different energy auras were emitted, dazzling everyone. The number of ferocious beasts in the entire Emperor Xianhuang starfield was unimaginable. Hence, the amount of ferocious beasts that were refined this time was insanely high. If it wasn't for that, Yi Xian wouldn't have taken half a day to complete the refinement. After doing all this, Yi Xian did not stop. He threw all the blood essences of the ferocious beasts, including the 7 blood essences of the titled emperors, into the fire pool at the bottom of the Central Region volcano. Immediately after, the refinement of the various levels of pellets began. This time, it took a full 3 days for the refinement to end. Swish, 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 as Yi Xian waved his hand, streaks of light shot up from the 8-colored flame pool at the bottom of the Shenong cauldron and gathered in front of him. They were all precious pills of various grades. They were separated according to their grades and floated in front of him. Among them, the largest number was naturally the immortal supreme pills, and there were tens of thousands of them. The smallest number was the level 24 Emperor Supreme pills, and there were 13 of them. Yi Xian couldn't distribute all the pellets that were refined this time. This was because even the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and the remnant experts of the Emperor Xianhuang starfield did not have so many people who applied for the pellets. For example, only Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 2 people needed the level 24 Emperor Supreme pills. Although there were more people of different grades, there was still a surplus of them for this refinement. Yi Xian kept all the surplus pellets in his hands as reserve resources. As such, after this round of distribution, he would have a total of 13 level 24 Emperor title treasure pills in his possession. There would be a total of 45 level 23 Emperor bestowment pills. There were a few hundred level 22 regal pills, and the amount of level 20 immortal pills in stock would increase to over 5,000, for a period of time in the future, there would be enough pellets of various grades for the time being. After keeping the surplus pellets of various grades, Yi Xian quickly put all the pellets of various grades that he was going to distribute into small jade bottles. According to the number of people who applied for the Forbidden Land's ferocious beasts and the remnant experts, they were divided into two halves. Each of them was put into a storage magic treasure. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the two storage magic treasures turned into rays of light and shot out. They directly rushed out of the planet's atmosphere and shot in two directions, and finally landed in the hands of a ferocious beast emperor and Zhao Dong. Today, Yi Xian was already a middle-stage emperor. Even if he did not move and sat inside the planet, nothing in the entire Forbidden Land of Rising Sun could escape his control. Outside the planet, the ferocious beasts and the remnant experts who had obtained a batch of precious pellets were extremely excited. Especially Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other three who had each obtained a level 24 Emperor Supreme pill, they were even more grateful. Kneeling. Yi Xian did not pay attention to all of this. He quickly withdrew his mind and combined with the devouring system in his body. He pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the limit. Then, with the terrifying divine sense of a middle-stage emperor as support, he began to deduce the level 25 treasure pellets formula. The perfect pellet formula began to deduce. Previously, it took Yi Xian a full year to deduce the perfect pellet formula of the level 24 treasure pellet. This time, on one hand, Yi Xian's cultivation base had reached middle-stage emperor, and his divine sense was much stronger. On the other hand, it was because of the level 25 treasure pellet. Originally, he had already deduced about a quarter of the perfect pellet formula. Therefore, this time, he only used about 3 months to successfully deduce the perfect pellet formula of the level 25 treasure pellet. Phew, level 25 treasure pellet? Finally, I see hope. After the deduction of the perfect pellet formula was completed, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. As he muttered to himself, his eyes flashed with extreme excitement. However, he did not come out of seclusion immediately. After pondering for a while, he decided to complete one more thing. He would then set off to enter the Hongmeng Void and hunt down all the emperors who were guarding the forbidden lands around the Milky Way star field. This was to deduce the complete mystery of the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of demonic ape. Right now, Yi Xian had already comprehended the 7th transformation of the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of demonic ape. Once he unleashed it, his body size would instantly increase to 100 million feet, which was equivalent to 600,000 miles. His cultivation base would also reach the level of a second-stage universe knight. Once he fully comprehended the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of demonic ape, then, once he unleashed the 8th transformation, his body size would instantly reach 1 billion feet, which was equivalent to 6 million miles. Even the largest gigantic planet would not be able to reach that size. This was it. Chapter 44:14. After making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately retracted his thoughts. At the same time, he adjusted the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body to the limit. Using his powerful divine sense as a mid-stage emperor, he began to calculate. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Regarding the 8th transformation of the devil ape, Yi Xian had already asked the devouring system in his body to calculate for a long time. He had already completed more than 30% of it. The last 70% of the calculations were finally completed after a month of exhaustion. After a month, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th transformation of the 9 devil ape has been calculated. Do you want to activate it now? Activate. Yi Xian's heart surged. Without any hesitation, he immediately opened his eyes and gave the system the order to activate. Rumble. In the next instant, a large amount of extremely complex runes and information surged into his mind. The amount was so huge that it made his hair stand on end. Even with Yi Xian's current third-order emperor cultivation base and powerful divine sense, he felt a little dizzy. He felt dizzy. The amount of obscure runes that surged into his mind was the complete profundity of the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Although these profundities had been completely deduced by Yi Xian and the devouring system in his body, if he wanted to use them successfully, Yi Xian would need to comprehend them himself. This was expected. Mastery by the system and mastery by oneself were two completely different concepts. However, to Yi Xian, this was not a difficult task. With the foundation of the previous 7 transformations and the deduction of the profundities of the 8th transformation, he had already participated in it. Therefore, in just a day or so, the vast amount of information about the profound mysteries of the 8th transformation that surged into his mind had already been completely comprehended by him and completely integrated. However, once he entered the 8th transformation of the devil ape, his current size of 100 feet would instantly increase to 1 billion feet, which was 100 million times more than his original size. This was definitely not something the planet under his feet could withstand, even if it was already a gigantic planet. Swish! In the next instant, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yi Xian's figure directly rushed out of the planet's atmosphere. When he appeared again, he was already in the cosmic void outside the planet in the blink of an eye. Then, without hesitation, he raised his head and roared, "9 Devil Ape, 8th Transformation." Bang! As his voice fell, a huge explosion sounded. This time, the speed of his body's growth was much faster than before. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and a terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end gushed out. His original height of 100 feet, but it was at an extremely fast speed. In less than 3 breaths of time, it had already reached a height of 1 billion feet, which was 3 million kilometers. This was definitely comparable to a real giant planet, or even more so. Of course, at the same time his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body also rose at the same speed. In 3 breaths of time, he'd gone from the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor stage to the 3rd level of the Universe Sovereign stage. He had leaped an entire level. Activate the calculation ability immediately and fully deduce the 9th transformation of the devil ape. As his heart surged, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He was incomparably happy as he felt the boundless blood and qi in his body that caused his hair to stand on end. After a long time, when he gradually calmed down, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to continue the deduction. The 9th transformation of the devil ape was the last transformation of the 9 devil ape. Ever since Yi Xian had obtained this powerful bloodline ability, he had continued to grow and become an emperor. Finally, he was about to comprehend this bloodline ability to the extreme. Xiao! Shaking his head and dispelling the feelings in his heart, Yi Xian removed the 8th transformation of the devil ape with a thought. A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out once again. With a flash of his body, he returned from the dark void in the distance and returned to his previous closed-door cultivation. The giant planet, young master, is that you? I am Zhao Dong. I am Qian Nan. As soon as he entered the planet, Zhao Dong and Qian Nan's voices could be heard from outside the atmosphere. They were inquiring and cautious, and they seemed to be more respectful than before. At this time, it had already been a few months since the last time Yi Xian bestowed a large number of precious pills of various levels. After obtaining the level 24 Emperor Sealing Pellet, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Now, the 4 of them had successfully broken through and become emperors. They were all level 1 emperors. However, Yi Xian had always been in closed-door cultivation, so they didn't dare disturb him. However, just a moment ago, they seemed to have sensed Yi Xian's aura and transformed into an extremely fast beam of light as they shot away. After arriving at a remote area in the distance, their bodies actually expanded explosively. In less than 3 breaths, he had already surpassed the size of a gigantic star, and the aura emanating from his body was terrifying enough to surpass the level of Emperor and reach the level of a 3rd-level Universe Knight. All of this was too sudden, giving Zhao Dong and the others a huge shock. Yi Xian had never used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in front of them before. Therefore, they didn't dare to be sure that the terrifying existence whose body had instantly expanded to the size of a giant star was the young master they had just recognized. After all, that was level 3 Universe Knight level, which was an entire level higher than their young master. It was simply unimaginable, causing their hearts to jump out of their throats. However, just as they were extremely shocked and their hearts were pounding madly, that gigantic being shrunk in the blink of an eye, and his energy dropped back to level 3 Emperor level. He then transformed into a beam of light and shot back to the giant planet where their young master was in closed-door cultivation. This caused Zhao Dong and the others to be suspicious. After a moment of hesitation, they finally braced themselves, gritted their teeth, and rushed over. They tried to sound out to see if Yi Xian would respond. "It's me, don't be afraid." Just as Zhao Dong and the other three were feeling extremely nervous, Yi Xian's voice finally sounded from within the star. "Just now, I was only using a bloodline ability that I had just comprehended. It seems like the effect is not bad, not bad. Level 3 Emperor level." In the blink of an eye, his power had increased by an entire level, reaching level 3 Universe Knight level. Such a terrifying bloodline ability was simply unheard of. However, from their young master's mouth, the evaluation was merely not bad. Chapter 44:15. Xiao. The moment he finished speaking, a faint sound broke through the air, and Yi Xian's body rushed out of the atmosphere of this giant star, appearing before Zhao Dong and the others. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's bloodline was still activated, and he was still in his violent star's ape form. Therefore, the aura exuding from his body was one small order higher than when he was in human form, reaching the 4th order Emperor realm. This scene once again caused the expressions of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other two to change. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and one after another, they softly exclaimed, "Leader, when we first met in Emperor Xian's starfield, you were only at the 1st level of Emperor level, but now, yes, how long has it been? You actually reached the 4th level of Emperor level in such a short time. From the initial stage to the middle stage, even for those below the undying level, it's rare for them to improve so quickly, let alone the Emperor level. Besides, that bloodline ability is too shocking, isn't it? Using it, you actually have the power of a Universe Knight, and a 3rd level one. An entire level of improvement. This is simply unheard of, too shocking." Hearing these words, Yi Xian smiled faintly, but he didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the 4, sizing them up. After that, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Although this Star Master's improvement is a little fast, but haven't you all broken through to the Emperor level as well? With the blood godly medicine, it's only natural for your cultivation to improve so quickly. Work hard, quickly reach the 9th level of Emperor level, and by then, this Star Master will give you a level 25 Knight pill that can help you break through to the Universe Knight level. Even this is definitely not the end, as long as you have the opportunity, after the Knight level, the Universe Master level, is not impossible." Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Their chests rose and fell as their breathing quickened, and their eyes blazed. The 4 of them had entered the peak 9th order Emperor realm for quite some time now, but they were still stuck at the peak 9th order Emperor realm, unable to break through. In other words, the only wish and goal of Zhao Dong and his crew was to one day break through to the Martial Monarch realm and become a real Martial Monarch realm expert instead of a half Martial Monarch realm cultivator. However, the further one progressed, the harder it was to break through the bottleneck. After so many years, the 4 of them had never been able to break through, and this made them disheartened. It was already so difficult to break through to the Emperor level, to the point that they didn't even dare to hope for more. But now, the wish of so many years had suddenly been realized with incomparable ease. The 4 of them hadn't even adjusted their states of mind when they heard Yi Xian say such words. It was as if they'd been enlightened, instantly causing Zhao Dong and the others to be enlightened. At this moment, their state of mind was elevated, and the haze that had accumulated in their hearts for so many years was cleared. At this moment, the 4 of them boldly looked forward to the future, thinking of the Universe Knight level, and even the more powerful Universe Master level, and Universe Supreme level. In the past, they would never have dared to believe that there would be a day when they would be so ambitious, daring to dream of such a level of strength. But now, after following Yi Xian and witnessing the birth of one miracle after another, the four of them no longer felt conflicted, and their Dao hearts were solid and firm. With a tacit understanding, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others turned to exchange a look, cupped their fists together, and knelt down on one knee before Yi Xian. Although they didn't say anything, at this moment, everything was in their hearts. "All right, all of you, get up." Seeing that the four of them had completely surrendered, and after being enlightened by his words, the flaws in their state of mind were completely fixed, and they had achieved a small elevation. The future path of cultivation would be much smoother. Yi Xian also felt comforted. He faintly smiled, then his expression turned solemn as he brought up the matter at hand. "Since the four of you have already broken through, there are now 4 Emperor-level experts and 15 Emperor-level existences in the forbidden area of Rising Sunday. This is the scale of a top-tier forbidden land of starry sky. Within the void space of 1 trillion miles, it is the only existence at the level of a giant, and there won't be any danger at all. As such, it's time for me to enter the Hong Meng void again." Yi Xian had thought about this matter carefully. In fact, there was originally one more thing that Yi Xian wanted to deal with before he officially entered the Hong Meng void for the second time. That was the group of subordinates of Green Ox and the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Now, the Hong Meng void had reappeared, and even the Milky Way star domain where the mysterious mother planet was located had been found. Yi Xian had an extremely strong premonition that in the future, when the world changed dramatically and the chaos world fully descended, the core of everything would be in the Hong Meng void. In the Hong Meng void, around the Milky Way star domain that had not been unsealed and was protected by a mysterious force of Hong Meng, the Phoenix Blood star domain and other places had long been reduced to peripheral areas, and there was no value or need to continue to stay there. Therefore, Green Ox and the group of subordinates of Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood would be brought over sooner or later to join Zhao Dong and the others in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Even Zhao Dong and the others, when the time was right in the future, could no longer continue to stay in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun outside the Hong Meng void. Instead, they would enter the Hong Meng void. They would join the group of demon experts and Yi Xian's original subordinates who had stayed in the base camp of the Source Nest Star. The Source Nest Star was the true base camp of Yi Xian. It was the foundation for him to conquer the chaos world in the future and fight for the good fortune of the mother planet. In fact, it wasn't just the Green Ox and the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood that were under his command. If it was a little further away, then Yi Xian even had the intention of bringing over the power of the 3 main planes of the Starry Sky realm. For example, the Sky River Star and the subordinates on the Victorious Return Star. Unfortunately, there was no time to deal with all this now. To him now, the more important thing was to make the level 25 pill. After all, the perfect formula of the level 25 pill had been successfully deduced. Yi Xian's own cultivation level had reached the 3rd stage of Emperor Undying. After a few more small breakthroughs, he would reach the 9th stage of Emperor Undying. At that time, if he did not make the level 25 pill, his cultivation level would be stuck before the level of Universe Night, and he would not be able to make a breakthrough. That would be too regrettable. After all, once he reached the level of Universe Night, Yi Xian's cultivation level would be improved by another level under the 8th change of Demon Ape. He would have the terrifying battle power of a Universe Master. Chapter 44:16. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3, Yi Xian left alone and concealed himself. After a short while, he arrived outside the miniature black hole star whirlpool that led into the Hong Meng void. This miniature black hole star whirlpool was not eye-catching in the central star sector of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Its location was relatively remote, and its scale was very small. After entering, it was completely empty. There was nothing at all. There was not even a speck of cosmic dust in the void. It could be said that it was extremely safe. Although Yi Xian had revealed to Zhao Dong and the other 3 that the entrance to the Hong Meng void was somewhere in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, he did not mention the existence of this black hole star whirlpool. The Hong Meng void was of great importance, and there was no doubt about the loyalty of Zhao Dong and the others. However, out of caution, he decided not to reveal it for the time being. At this moment, after activating his spiritual energy to perfectly oscillate and concealing all the aura around him, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the black hole star whirlpool. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. This time, the coordinate jump point he locked onto was the coordinate he had imprinted in the void near the source nest base camp star when he left. Today, Yi Xian's system title of the devouring system in his body had reached level 6, which was the interstellar controller. The interstellar controller could imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in the same void of the universe plane. Before entering the Hongmeng void, Yi Xian had already imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point in the mulberry tree star sector. After entering the Hongmeng void, he imprinted a second interstellar coordinate jump point near the strongest source nest base camp star where his energy body was nurtured. After that, when he left the other source nest base camp star, Yi Xian imprinted a third interstellar coordinate jump point in the nearby void. Originally, he thought that after these 3 interstellar coordinate jump points were used up, he would not be able to imprint any more interstellar coordinate jump points here. However, in truth, after leaving here and returning to the Rising Sun Forbidden Grounds, he had killed all 8 emperors and subdued all the other beasts. Yi Xian arrived at the edge of the black hole star vortex that was located at the entrance to the primordial void. He tried to brand the interstellar coordinate jump point again, but he didn't expect that he would succeed after trying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to return to the forbidden land of the rising sun in the blink of an eye. That accidental success of the imprint caused Yi Xian to instantly come to a realization. It turned out that according to the system's judgment, the primordial void fragment where the forbidden land of rising sun, the forbidden land of phoenix blood, and the Xianhuang starfield were located was not on the same universe plane as the primordial void within the black hole star vortex. As for Yi Xian's level 6 system title ability, he could imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in any universe. In other words, Yi Xian had only imprinted 2 interstellar coordinate jump points in the primordial void fragment and the primordial void fragment outside the black hole star vortex. There was still one indicator that had not been used up. To him, this was definitely a great piece of news. The primordial void fragment outside the black hole star vortex was not important at all. However, the primordial void fragment within the star vortex was of utmost importance. Yi Xian planned to keep the remaining indicator of the interstellar coordinate jump point and wait for an opportunity in the future to see if he could break through the primordial void fragment outside the Milky Way star field. The protective force would allow him to enter the Milky Way star field in advance. After all, Yi Xian was different from others. He had a strand of primordial void fragment. Although the Milky Way star field was not open yet, it was protected by an extremely powerful and invisible primordial void fragment. However, Yi Xian might not have a chance if others couldn't enter. If he could enter, he would use up the last indicator in the Milky Way star field. In this way, even in the years when the Milky Way star field had not been unsealed, he could still go back and forth quietly at will. This thought had already grown in Yi Xian's mind when he accidentally imprinted a set of interstellar coordinates outside the black hole star vortex of the rising sun forbidden area. From there, he realized that he actually had an indicator in each of these 2 places. This time, Yi Xian's main purpose of coming back was to get close to the edge of the Milky Way star field and find an opportunity to test whether this plan could be implemented. Of course, all of this was for later. Now that he had just returned, the first thing was to return to the source nest base camp and see if the situation in his backyard was stable before making any plans. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Yi Xian's figure appeared instantly. He turned his head and looked around. The surrounding void was quite familiar. Not far away, it was the source nest base camp that looked like a giant abandoned planet on the surface. This void was very empty, and it was very far away from the Milky Way star field. Therefore, there were almost no forbidden area beasts and masters who passed by nearby. Yi Xian spread out his divine sense and soon saw the situation in the source nest base camp. Outside the star, there was no one, but on the surface of the star, there were some sporadic forbidden area beasts wandering. Obviously, they were the patrolling soldiers arranged by the flying centipede, old monster silver pole, and the 8 great Vajra. It seemed that everything was as usual, and there was no abnormality. With his heart suddenly relieved, Yi Xian's figure flickered, and after a while, he landed on the surface of the source nest star. After waving his hand to dismiss the patrolling fierce beasts that gathered after hearing the news, he immediately entered the interior of the star and went straight to the core of the star. As soon as he entered the core of the star, Yi Xian was shocked. This source nest star was extremely huge. Just the diameter of the core of the star was more than the size of an ordinary abandoned star. Before Yi Xian left, he threw the giant plug of Long Yihao here, so that the world worm in the giant plug of life could absorb the rich innate energy in the source nest star freely. At that time, if the entire space inside the core of the star was compared to a watermelon, then the giant plug of Long Yihao was equivalent to an apple stuffed into the watermelon. That was roughly the ratio. But now, the apple that was put into the watermelon had grown up, and it was not just an ordinary size. It was clearly a small watermelon, only a few circles smaller than the entire space inside the core. At this rate, the entire core of the star would be filled with the giant plug of Long Yihao, and it was very likely that it would continue to expand. In the end, this source nest star might no longer exist, and it would be completely blown up by the giant plug of Long Yihao. Heavens, this is a top-level giant star. If the giant plug of Long Yihao can grow to this extent, looking at the giant plug of Long Yihao in front of him in a daze, Yi Xian was dumbfounded for a long time. Chapter 44:17. Boss, you're back? Fourth Order Monarch? That's too fast, isn't it? If he were to transform into a giant ape of stars, wouldn't he be able to break through the Emperor realm and become a universe knight? Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, the flying centipede, old monster Ingji, and the 8 great guardian deities immediately rushed over. When they sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body, the expressions of all 10 of them changed as they cried out in shock. Then, they calmed down and explained to Yi Xian about the wild dragon ship. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood that after he left, the life fortress of the Long Yihao continued to grow. It grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it occupied almost half of the space within the star core. Originally, Yi Xian had left this star core for the flying centipede, old monster Silver G, the 8 great Vajra, and the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts that had been released from the cauldron. Now that the wild dragon ship occupied half of the space, it became extremely cramped. The tens of millions of beasts also needed space to live. Left with no choice, flying centipede, old monster Silver G, and the others could only look for Gui Hai Dao and the other great beings of the demon race who had been cultivating in seclusion in the wild dragon ship. They wanted them to open up a layer of space in the wild dragon ship for them and the tens of millions of beasts to enter. During this time, however, even Gui Hai Dao and the other great beings of the demon race were helpless. They only had access to the layer where the great beings of the demon race were cultivating in seclusion. Yi Xian had completely sealed off the other hundreds of layers of space in the wild dragon ship. Other than him, no one else could open it. He had the access. Just as everyone was at a loss of what to do, the wild dragon ship seemed to have completed a stage of evolution in just a few days. It actually expanded by a large circle. This time, it actually opened up one of the 108 layers of space in the wild dragon ship. It was a vast world with mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy was abundant, and it was enough for the tens of millions of beasts to live in. Thus, the biggest problem was solved. Since then, the many passages in the inner space of this level had always been open, allowing the flying centipede, old monster Silver Constellation, the 8 great guardian deities, and more than 10 million ferocious beasts to and fro in and out of the forbidden grounds. It seems that it is really going to replace this source hive star and grow into a supergiant. After understanding the situation, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Since the Long Yihao's life fortress could automatically open up a layer of authority, it meant that as the fortress evolved and grew, the intelligence of the world bugs would also become higher and higher. Yi Xian was not worried about this at all. He had already refined the core crystal of the world worm. It was impossible for it to betray him. The higher its intelligence, the better news it would be for Yi Xian. Because in this way, when it replaced this source hive planet and grew into a super behemoth, becoming the headquarters nest of Yi Xian's subordinates, even if Yi Xian was not here, the worldworm spawn race would also encounter special situations. They would make appropriate adjustments. It could be said that their flexibility had increased greatly, so Yi Xian was naturally more at ease. After exchanging pleasantries, he learned that Gui Haidao and all the other demon cultivator experts were still in seclusion in the Long Yihao's life fortress. During this period of time, whether it was the flying centipede, old monster silver constellation, the 8 great guardian deities, or more than 1,000 stationed here, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Everyone's cultivation base and strength had increased by a large margin. Not bad, but this level of strength is far from enough. It's not enough to accompany the Star Lord in conquering the 4 directions in this primordial void. After nodding in approval, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He immediately said, "This time, this Star Lord only came back to take a look. I don't have time to stay. I'll leave immediately. I'll send you a batch of cultivation resources while I'm at it." After saying that, he waved his hand, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. This time, Yi Xian took out a small portion of the vast amount of cultivation resources he had harvested outside and stored them in small spatial boxes with huge capacities. At this moment, he sent them out to the flying centipede, old monster silver constellation, and the 8 great guardian deities. In the hands of the Vajra. This included the first batch of 8-color divine medicines he refined this time, as well as a small number of peak 8-color divine medicines of flesh and blood. Yi Xian also left behind some treasures of various levels that could be used to break through the bottleneck of a large realm. In short, it was enough for the subordinates in the base camp to use in a short period of time. After doing all this, Yi Xian gave some instructions to the flying centipede, old monster silver constellation, and the 8 great guardian deities before leaving. This time, he did not rush out of the Source Nest Star Core. Instead, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability inside the Source Nest Star Core. This time, the destination of the jump was also in the primordial void, but it was even further away. It was located in a remote void that was empty. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Yi Xian's figure appeared in the void. He turned around and saw the strongest Source Nest Star at the end of his line of sight in the distance. Yi Xian's strongest body, which was also his strength body, was being nurtured within the core of this Source Nest Star. As this Source Nest Star already had an owner, it had activated a certain process. Therefore, when Yi Xian's strength body sprouted and began to be nurtured within the core of the Source Nest Star, this huge Source Nest Star had already been protected by an invisible force of the primordial law. It had been faintly protecting it. It was just like the Milky Way star field that had yet to open. Now that it was far away, it did not seem to have any abnormalities. However, if someone were to approach it, even if it was Yi Xian's original body, within a distance of 1,000 miles, a layer of halo would immediately appear on the surface of the star. It seemed very weak, but in fact Yi Xian's current state was so strong that even a universe master or even a universe supreme might not be able to blast it open. From this point of view, this Source Hive star was actually very safe. However, after all, it was nurturing Yi Xian's strength body, which was known as his strongest body. In the future, when the great wilderness world fully descended and a new era began, this body would be of great significance to Yi Xian. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was his strongest trump card. As such, he was a little nervous about this matter. At this moment, before entering the supreme forbidden lands around the Milky Way star field, he had specially rushed over to check on the situation. It was understandable. And now, after checking and confirming that everything was fine on the Source Nest Star, Yi Xian's heart was finally completely relieved. Chapter 44:18. Xiao. A faint sound broke through the air, and a beam of light shot out from the end of the void space. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the border of Voracious Wolf Forbidden Zone. When they arrived here, the strands of light that shot over abruptly stopped, and a figure stood in midair. Shockingly, it was a starry sky ferocious ape that was 300 m tall. This space-raging ape was Yi Xian, who had left the Origin Nest Star where his most powerful body had been nurtured and rushed to the Milky Way star sector. Currently, his cultivation base had reached the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor realm. If he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body and transformed into an ancient demon ape or a space-raging ape, his strength would increase by 1 level, reaching the 4th level of Emperor level. Now, not only had he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body, but he had also performed the 9 changes of demon ape bloodline technique. However, he had only performed the first change of demon ape. Under the first change, his height of 300 meters would increase by 10 times, reaching a height of 300 meters, and his strength would increase by 1 level, reaching the 5th level of Emperor level. Yi Xian was now in this state and strength. After standing still, the eyes of the space-raging ape flashed, and he looked toward the Milky Way star sector at the end of his sight. He was fascinated. This place was still very far from the border of the Milky Way star sector, but because the entire Hongmeng void space was pitch black, there were very few stars in the sky. Usually, one could only see one abandoned star after 1 or 2 months of traveling in the void space. Because of this pitch-black environment, the Milky Way star sector, which had a large number of stars emitting light and heat, was very eye-catching here. Even if it was very far away, it could still be seen. From where Yi Xian was now, the vast Milky Way star sector was only a flat silver plate that was not much bigger than a star. There were a lot of stars in it, and it gave people a dreamy feeling when they gazed at it. Currently, the entire vast Milky Way star field was firmly protected by an invisible force of the primordial law. No one could enter. Otherwise, the moment they approached the border area, a disaster would befall them. Even Universe Knights and Universe Masters could be affected. Death. However, over the countless years, a large number of top-tier great beings from different universes and fragments of the starry sky had gathered around the border of the Milky Way star sector. Gradually, many forbidden lands and star sectors were formed here, and there were also a large number of small powers and independent cultivators. All of this surrounded the entire Milky Way star sector. Everyone was waiting for the day the Milky Way star sector opened. Then, they would rush in, seize the resources, occupy the mysterious mother planet, and seize the supreme luck of the upcoming era. This day should be coming soon. I really don't have much time left. Yi Xian stared blankly at the distant Milky Way star region for a few minutes before slowly coming back to his senses. His heart was filled with emotion as he couldn't help but mutter softly with a sigh, he. The main purpose of his re-entry into the Hongmeng Void was to enter the forbidden lands around the Milky Way star sector and secretly kill the Emperor-level space beasts. The voracious wolf forbidden land ahead was his first target. Yi Xian already had a rough understanding of the situation in the Greed Wolf Forbidden area. The voracious wolf forbidden land was an elementary forbidden land. In other words, the most powerful being guarding this forbidden land was only a universe knight, not a universe master. A forbidden land with a universe master guarding it would be an intermediate forbidden land. However, there was more than one universe knight guarding the voracious wolf forbidden land. There were 2 universe knights in total. One was an initial universe knight level Rift Demon Tiger, and the other was an intermediate universe knight level Sub-Blood Greedy Wolf. That's right. Although the voracious wolf forbidden land was named after the greedy wolf, in fact, the most powerful being in this elementary forbidden land was only a sub-blood greedy wolf. The legendary greedy wolf was a supreme ferocious beast from the prehistoric era. It was at least as powerful as the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the prehistoric era. This sub-blood greedy wolf was most likely a descendant of the greedy wolf. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to reach its current level of cultivation and become an intermediate universe knight. Other than these 2 supreme ferocious beasts at the universe knight level, there were countless other ferocious beasts of different levels in the voracious wolf forbidden land. Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to the emperor-level space beasts at the moment. If he encountered one, he'd just kill it if the situation permitted. He'd get an emperor-level blood essence to store. He'd have enough in the future to make 20 more. Level 4 emperor-level treasure pills were for his subordinates to consume. However, it was impossible for him to deliberately kill a ferocious beast emperor. Hence, Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to the emperor-level beings in the voracious wolf star area. Below the universe knight level and above the emperor level, there were only emperor-level undyings. This was also the reason why Yi Xian returned to the primordial void. Within the voracious wolf forbidden land, there were a total of 10 emperor-level ferocious beasts. This number made Yi Xian drool. If he could kill all 10 emperor-level ferocious beasts, he'd be able to get 10 emperor-level blood essences immediately. That way, the moment he started to make the level 25 night-level treasure pills, the chances of producing 4 would be as high as 60%. However, this was obviously impossible. If he did, Yi Xian would definitely be exposed. The only result would be that the 2 universe knights in the voracious wolf forbidden land, namely the rift demon tiger and the sub-blood greedy wolf, were all attracted here. The current Yi Xian, when using the 8th transformation of the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, instantly possessed the terrifying battle prowess of a 3rd-level universe sovereign. If he added on the enormous demon ape body that was larger than a huge star, he wouldn't even fear a 4th-level universe knight. He'd be able to fight them head-on and guarantee that he wouldn't lose. However, if it was 1 against 2, that wouldn't be good. If he wanted to escape, he'd most likely have to pay a huge price. Hence, the idea of killing multiple emperor-level undyings in the voracious wolf forbidden land was simply unrealistic. Yi Xian's current goal was to kill 2 emperor-level undyings. He'd try to kill the first one without anyone noticing. Then he'd seize the time to lock onto the second one and kill it with lightning speed. The moment he succeeded, he'd immediately activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and flee. If that's the case, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 44:19. Xiao. A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yi Xian's figure shot through the air. In the blink of an eye, he'd already charged into the greed wolf forbidden area. At this moment, he was a space berserk ape. His cultivation base was at the 5th stage of the Emperor realm. Before entering this place, Yi Xian had already activated his mental force secret technique to perfectly vibrate, concealing his entire body. All of his aura was restrained to the point where it didn't leak out the slightest bit. Previously, when his cultivation was still weak, he could use a perfect mental energy secret technique to avoid opponents that were several realms stronger than him. Although this kind of hair-raising effect was gradually weakened as Yi Xian's cultivation grew higher and higher. Now, it was impossible to avoid the detection of opponents who were a few levels stronger than him, as they would sense a faint trace of his aura. However, he could still detect those who were a few levels stronger than him. In other words, with his current power as a level 5 emperor, he could easily hide from the detection of a level 5 universe knight with his perfect vibration spirit technique. There were 2 universe knights in Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, but one of them was only a level 5 universe knight. Even the sub-blood Greedy Wolf was only a level 5 universe knight. It could be said that in the entire Greedy Wolf Forbidden area, the only existence that could detect Yi Xian's aura was the inferior blood Greedy Wolf. And as he was only a level 5 universe knight, it would be difficult to detect Yi Xian even if he spread his godly consciousness over a large area, unless he focused on a small area. But as a universe knight, how could he have such a bad taste in his daily life? He was more likely bored, hence, Yi Xian was fearless. After he entered Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, he rushed to the right side of the Forbidden Zone. He didn't even try to hide his speed, because no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to cause even the slightest ripple in space. Everything was suppressed by perfect vibration. His target this time was a 6-tailed lewd fox, who was a level 2 emperor undying. As one of the 10 emperors in Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, she wasn't supposed to stay at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. The reason for this was because this 6-tailed lewd fox would mate with some ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds every so often. Moreover, when she did that, her body would be suffused with an extremely dense scent of foxy sex, and it wouldn't disperse for a long time and enveloped a large expanse of the starry sky. Hence, if she stayed at the center of Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, the space-rending demon tiger and sub-blood Greedy Wolf would be disturbed. Therefore, this 6-tailed lewd fox tactfully found a void at the right edge of the forbidden area of Greedy Wolf and lay dormant there. In fact, because of this bad habit of hers, she didn't have many subordinates following her. Except for some of the ferocious beasts that she had captured and kept as her companions, in the hundreds of ferocious beasts in the universe where this 6-tailed perverted fox resided, almost all of them were perverted foxes of the same species as her. It was simply a nest of foxes. Yi Xian didn't like the six-tailed lewd fox. If he didn't need the emperor blood essence right now, he wouldn't even come close to this space. Because even if he used the back of his head to think, he could predict that as soon as he entered this area, there would definitely be a dense foxy smell in the air, and it was extremely annoying. Fortunately, he was now under the protection of the perfect vibration of his spirit power's secret technique, so his internal aura couldn't spread out, and the external aura couldn't penetrate, which saved his nose a lot of trouble. Xiao. With his extreme speed, Yi Xian entered the remote area where the six-tailed lewd fox lived in just half a day later. There weren't many stars in the space, only a little more than 100. The one in the center was obviously bigger, and if he wasn't mistaken, it should be the lair of the six-tailed lewd fox. Yi Xian subconsciously frowned, because the hundreds of stars in front of him all had atmospheres. But this was obviously not an ordinary atmosphere, all of them were faintly yellow. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be formed by the accumulation of the foxy fumes from the bodies of the lewd foxes. This is really more than 100 interstellar lair. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Without hesitation, he suddenly increased his speed, and with a whoosh, he rushed into the giant star in the center in the blink of an eye. When he passed through this yellow atmosphere, Yi Xian's hair stood on end, not because he was afraid, but because he was disgusted. Fortunately, he had the perfect vibration of his spirit power's secret technique to isolate all the aura outside, otherwise, he really didn't know if he could hold on. Go down. It was very likely that he would faint in this disgusting yellow atmosphere. Fortunately, after passing through the yellow atmosphere and entering the interior of the star, the environment he saw was not